Your one like will definitely motivate us a lot, and don't forget to subscribe. Now here you could see question number 1, which is from the topic problems on trains. Okay, so two trains A and B are moving in the same direction on parallel tracks. The speed of train A is 160 km per hour and the speed of train B is 70 km per hour. The length of the train B is 72 meters. Train A completely overtakes train B. In 5 seconds, find the length of the train. This is the expected question, and most of the questions were there from the TCS NQT crash course itself. Here, so two trains are there. Okay, so my train A, okay, and then train B. Both are moving in the same direction, and the length of train B is 72 meter, and the length of the train A we need to find it out. Speed is 160 km per hour, and here the speed is 70 km per hour. Okay, and the train A crosses another train in 5 seconds. One thing which you could see here, friends, the length is in meter and time is in second, but the speed is in kilometer per hour. So it is very, very important for you to convert this kilometer per hour into meter per second, but don't convert it here. Let's see. So we know the formula: distance will be equal to speed into time, and distance is nothing but length of train A plus length of train B. So length of train A is x, length of train B is 72. Speed, both are moving in same direction, so if both are moving in same direction, S for same and S for subtract. So we need to subtract the speed here. So 160 minus 70. So 160 minus 70, it will be 90 km per hour. Please multiply by 5 by 18, because if you want to convert kilometer per hour to meter per second, you need to multiply by 5 by 18, and then it will be converted into meter per second. And if it is meter per second, and if you want to convert into kilometer per hour, then you need to multiply by 18 by 5. Okay, it's very, very simple here. And time is nothing but 5. This is what you have to solve. So x plus 72 is equals to 90 into 5 by 18 into 5. So 18 5s are, x will be equal to 125 minus 72. So it will be 5 minus 2 is 3, 12 minus 7 is 5. So 53 meter. So length of the, so 5 minus 2 is 3, 12 minus 7 is 5. So 53 meter will be the length of train A. 53 meter. So that will become our correct answer. Okay, for question number 1. Very good. Now moving towards question number 2. So question number 2 is point out the unique pair. Okay, so point out the unique pair. This is a question from the topic reasoning. So IU GT, okay, PR, and here we have MP, and EI, and then we have CH, and UX, and then we have SW. Correct? Okay. So I is 9, U is 21, G is 7, T is 20, P is 16, and R is 18, and then M is 13, and P is 16. You need to remember the position of these alphabets. Okay, so A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, and also I had told you, so EJOT will be nothing but 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay, good. Now E is 5, I is 9, C is 3, and H is 8, and U is 21, 24, 19, and 23. Now if you try to analyze the pattern between them, then what you could see here, 9 minus 7 is minus 2, and 21 minus 1 is 20. So minus 2 minus 1. Then here minus 3 minus 2. Here minus 2, and here minus 1. Here minus 2, and here minus 1. So here we have minus 2 minus 1 pattern. Here also we have minus 2 minus 1 pattern. Here we have minus 2 minus 1 pattern, but at this place we have minus 3 minus 2 pattern. So let's mark this as a unique pair, right? So point out the unique pair. So this is a unique pair where the different combinations are there. Okay, now so this question is Product of two number is 6845. Friends, see, there might be some difficult problem also, but whatever questions a student told us, these are, see, memory based, so they were able to remember this many questions, and that's what we have solved. Product of two number is 6845. If the first number is 5 times the second number, so second number is nothing but, sir, second number is nothing but x. So what will be my first number? So my first number is 5 times, so it will be 5x, correct? Okay. Now, product of these numbers is 6845. So x into 5x is equals to 6845. Now 5, if you'll try to divide, so 13 5 ja will be nothing but 65. 13. So and 5 6 ja will be 30, and 5 9 ja will be 45. 65 3 4 5 6 ja 30, and 5 9 ja. X square is equals to 1369. Okay. Now, friends, we know 40 square will be what? So basically we need to find out a square root of 1369. So 40 square is what? Sir, 40 square will be 1600. So this is very clear that it is less than, the square root will be less than 40. And 35 square, do we know? Yes, sir, you have already told the trick. 5 square is 25, and 3 4 ja 12. So the square will be 36, 37, square root will be 36, 37, 38 or 39, in between this. Okay, clear. Here we have 9, so 37, 7 square 49. It will give you at the end, with 9. 6 will give you 6 at the end, 8 will give you 4 at the end, 9 will give you 1 at the end. So 37 square. If you want, you can multiply also and you can check. 7 7 ja 49, 9 4 7 3 ja 21 plus 4 25, 3 7 ja 21, 9 plus 2 11, 9 6 3 1. So here x will be nothing but 37. Okay, you do not have to take minus, because one number is minus x and another number is minus 37, another number is minus this thing, right? So you don't have to consider that. Next, so they're asking find the sum of this number. So first number is x and second number is 5x, so it is nothing but 6x, and x is nothing but 37. So 6 7 ja 42, 2 4, and 18 plus 4 is 22, right? So 6 7 ja 42, 2 4, 6 3 ja 18 plus 4 22. 222 will become the correct answer for this particular problem, right? Okay, so get this crash course. Even if you have 2 days, at least go through the courses, understand, and solve the mock test, and trust me, definitely something better will happen here. So friends, no section switching, only question switching is there. TCS exams will be happening at center. No negative marking. Any number of rough paper you will get. On screen calculator will be there. No question wise timer. Okay, so don't worry, question wise timer is not there. Section wise timer is there. Theta based questions are more than 8. If you submit one coding question, then you go to second coding question. Once you moved to the second coding questions, you cannot come back. And sectional cutoff. And one more thing, friends, questions are repeating actually. So question pattern repeating now. Question pattern is repeating now. So this is a very good opportunity, friends. This year you will be easily able to clear, because the pattern of the questions are repeating. Now question number 4, a car travels from point A to point B. So from point A to point B, this is A, this is B. So a car travels from A to B at a speed of 20 km per hour and travels back from B to A at a speed of 60 km per hour. Okay, so this is my speed 1 and this is my speed 2. Now they're asking what is the average speed. So average speed when 2 speed is given, okay, will be nothing but when distance is same. Okay, so they're traveling the same distance, so it will be 2 into s1 s2 divided by s1 plus s2, right? So this formula will be applicable when the distance is same. So A is also covering A to B, the distance is same, and B to A, the distance is same. So 2 into 20 into 60 and divided by 20 plus 60. So 2 into 20 is 120 into 60 by, here it will be 80. So 15 8 will be 120, 15 into 6 will be 90. Correct? See, you could have also, without multiplying also you could have done however you want to do. These are just calculation, you can do it, right? So 24 ja 4 15 ja 15 into 2 is 30 km per hour. So here we have done some mistake. Okay, so 60-20. Okay, so here some calculation mistake we have done. So 60 into 20 is 120 into 20 divided by 80. So okay, so this and this 15 8 ja 120, 15 into 2 will be 30 km per hour. Okay, so 30 km per hour will be the correct answer for this particular problem. It was a very simple question, so there is no chance of doing the mistake here. Okay, now a man sells an item at rupees 7620 and incurs a loss of 8%. So when a man is selling a product at 7620, he is getting a loss of 8%. He is getting a loss of 8%. Okay, so what price should he sell? So what should be the selling price? So this is SP1, this is SP2. Selling price, so that he gain 14%. So friends, I will tell you the the normal method, and then I will tell you the shortcut techniques also. So selling price will be equal to cost price into 100 minus, if there is a loss, 100 minus loss percentage divided by 100, because we need to know the cost price. So 7620 is equals to cost price into 100 minus loss percentage, 100 minus 8% will be 92 divided by 100. So by here cost price will be equal to 7620 into 100 divided by 92. Now they're asking you find out the selling price if I'm expecting a gain of 14%. So selling price will be equal to cost price into 100 plus percentage of profit, and then divided by 100. Okay, so your cost price is what? 7620 by 92 into 100, right? Okay, now 100 into percentage of profit. So 100 into percentage of profit will be what? 140, right? Because 114 14% divided by 100. This and this cancelled. So 7620 into 114 and divided by 90. So let's use the calculator use karo khatakhat and get the answer fatafat. Okay, into 114 is divided by 92, because they are only giving the calculator in the exam 9442.17. okay, fine, good. And friends, one more thing I wanted to tell you. So advanced aptitude is easier. Advanced aptitude is easier compared to the normal aptitude, which I am telling you from the beginning also. Now here you see, I will tell you by ratio method. Okay, so what they are telling, if you are selling a product at 7620, okay, so you are losing 8%. So 8% means 100 minus 8, 92, right? If there is any loss, subtract from 100. Now at what price you should sell, so that you should be gaining 14%. So if there is any profit, add it to 100. Now 7620 into 114 will be equal to 92 into x. Okay, so multiply this corner one, multiply this middle one. So x will be equal to 7620 into 114 divided by 92. Directly you see the same thing you would have written. So 9442 will be nothing but your, if you sell at 9442, then you will be able to get a profit of 14%. Clear? So see, you will be also thinking, sir, very simple problem is getting asked in the examination, sir. In exam I will garda uda denge, sir. Okay, very good. Now A and B invest. So investment into time ratio concept you keep in mind, because this is not a tough problem, and in every shift there is question asked from your investment and time ratio, investment profit ratio. Okay, here. So A invest 10,000, very good. A is invested 10,000 rupees, and what is the time? So time they are telling, find the profit earned by A is the net annual profit. Net annual profit means for 12 months. So 12 months. Investment by B 20,000 and time is nothing but 12. And what is their profit? That we don't know. That is what we have to calculate, the ratio. 12 and 12 cancel. This is 1:2. So their profit ratio is 1:2. Now what they are telling, so A gets a royalty of 10% and the rest of the profit is shared according to their investment. So total profit is 2,380 rupees. So A is getting royalty of 10%. Okay, So this cancelled. So A is getting 238 rupees as the royalty. Fine. So A got 238 rupees as the royalty. So what will be the remaining money? So 2380 minus 238. So sir, 10 minus 8 is 2, 7 minus 3 is 4, and 23 minus 2 is 21. 2142. Now sir, this 2142 will be divided among A and B into what ratio? Sir, 1:2. So how much A will get? Sir, 2142. Okay. Total is a 3 unit and A is nothing but in that A is 1 unit. 3 7 just 714. So after the share A will be getting 714. So what is the net profit for A? So what is the net profit for A? So A net profit 714 plus A is getting also this 238 rupees as a royalty. So it will be 8412 and 415 and this is 952, correct? So 4 1 5 8 4 12 and 7 to 9, 952 rupees will be the correct answer for this particular problem, correct? Simple problems are there. Now here, so a man earns a salary of 12,000 and spend. So a man earns 12,000 and spend 68% of it. So what is saving? So 68% if he has spent, then how much will be saving? So saving will be nothing but 32%. So 68% he has spent, so saving will be nothing but 32%. So 12,000 into, see this percentage will take 20 off. So 120 into 32. So 12 into 30 will be 360. Okay. And 12 into 2 is 24. With one more 0 it will come here. So 3840. So 3840 will be the saving. That's all. Simple problem. This you could have done it in mind itself directly. This you could have easily done in your mind itself. Quadratic equation by, there are two, every shift there is one question from the quadratic equation. So if ax square plus 7x plus c is minimum at x is equals to minus 7 by 4. Now friends, so basically the minimum value in the quadratic equation, right? So for x is equals to minus 7 by 4, it is minimum. Depends upon if a is positive or a is negative. If a is positive, if a is negative, your diagram will be changing, right? Okay. Anyway, so at this particular value, this is minimum. Okay, so whenever it is minimum, okay, so this particular value will be nothing but, so at x is equals to minus b by 2a, right? So this function value will be minimum. So x is equals to minus b by 2a, it will be minimum, and here it is nothing but minus 7 by 4, it is minimum at minus 7 by 4. Now what is b here, sir? B is nothing but 7. So minus 7 by 2a is equals to minus 7 by 4. So 7 and 7 cancel, minus minus cancel, 2a is equals to 4. So a is nothing but equal to 2. So we got the value of a is equals to 2. Clear? Now what they are telling, whatever function you have, right? So ax square plus 7x plus c is minimum at x is equals to minus 7 by 4, and the value is nothing but minus 9 by 8. So what they're telling, when you put minus 7 by 4 x value, then the function value is minimum and it is minus 9 by 8. So what is a? Sir, a is 2. What is x? X is nothing but minus 7 by 4 square plus 7 into minus 7 by 4 and plus c. The value of c we have to find out, and the function value they have already given here, minus 9 by 8. Clear? Okay. So 2 into 49 by 16, okay, plus minus will become plus, and here you see 7 into 7, 49 by 4, and plus c is equals to minus 9 by 8. So this is 2 8s are. Now c is this side, so let's send other things on that side. So minus 49 by 8 and plus this will become 49 by 4. Take the LCM, so it is 8. So this will be minus 9, this will be minus 49 itself, and this will become 49 into 2 is 4 2s are, and 49 into 2 is 98. 98 minus 58, 40 by 8, so it is nothing but 5. So the value of c is 5, that will become your answer. Okay, so basically at x is equals to minus 2 by a, the functions, this quadratic equation will have the minimum value. So already they have given x is equals to minus 7 by 4, we know minus b by 2a, so a we got 2. Same thing we put in this equation, we know x, we know a, and then we calculated c. That's all. Okay, ज़्यादा दिमाग नहीं लगाना है. See, if you use much of your mind, then what will happen? तकलीफ होगा दिमाग को. Okay. Okay, good. So I think till question number 8 we have already solved it. Now moving towards question number 9. The average of, so just a minute, I'm getting a call. छोड़ो यार, बाद में करते हैं. Call तो आते रहेंगे. Okay, fine. Now here you see, so the average of 10 numbers is given as 40. However, one number was mistakenly recorded as 40 instead of 45. What will be the correct average after correcting the mistake? So the average, so average will be equal to sum divided by number. So average of 10 number is 40, average is 40, sum of 10 number we don't know, okay, and number is nothing but 10 numbers are there. So what is the sum of 10 numbers? Sir, sum of 10 number is nothing but 400. Okay, now, but sir, what had happened now? This sum, whatever you calculated, there is some mistake here. What is the mistake? So sir, sum of the 10 numbers, whatever you calculated, no, there is some mistake, sir. So you have taken 40 instead of 45. You have taken 40 instead of 45. So remove 40 and add 45. See, basically you have done mistake of 5 only. You took 40 instead of 45. That means you have taken 5 less. So whatever, see, whatever your sum is there, 5 if you take, then no problem. And then you calculate the average. So sir, it is 405 divided by 10. So it will be 40.5. It will be 40.5, right? See, भैया simple सी चीज़ है. You took 40, but you had to take 45. That means 5 is missing. 5 more you take. So your sum is 400 now. So here sum minus 40 you subtract, add 45 and then divide by 10. So sum of this you know already. So 400 and plus 5 by 10, it is nothing but 40.5. Okay. So this was the exact question and it was repeated in the exam. This year it is happening. Otherwise TCS generally do not repeat the questions in the examination. Clear? Okay. Next question was there from the topic mensuration. So okay, let's see. So the radius of bigger sphere is 16 centimeter more than the radius of a smaller sphere. So your sphere will look like something like this. Okay, so ऐसे रहता है. So this is 3D. Okay, this is 3D. But in 2D, definitely we will have to solve in 2D only. So we have a smaller sphere and we have a bigger sphere. Correct? A smaller sphere radius, suppose R, then they are telling the bigger sphere radius is 16 centimeter more. The radius of a bigger sphere is 16 centimeter more than the radius of a smaller sphere. The difference between their surface area is 1408 pi centimeter square. So what is the surface area of, what is the surface area? So what is the surface area of a sphere? So surface area of a sphere, sir, 4 pi r square. Correct? Okay. The difference of the surface area is given. So for bigger sphere, 4 pi r. So r plus 16 square minus. For a smaller sphere, 4 pi r square. Radius is r. And that is given 1408 pi. Okay. See here 4 pi is there. So please try to take this 4 pi out. So please try to take this 4 pi out. And from here also, see, because this number is divisible by 4. The last 2 digit is divisible by 4. That means complete number is divisible by 4. So I can write 4 into. So 4 3s are 12. And 4 5s are and 4 2s are. So 4 into 352 is 1408. Now you see 4 pi. Now you see 4 pi. And this side 4 pi is cancelled. A plus b whole square. A square plus 2ab. 32r plus b square 16 square is 256. Minus of r square is equals to 352. R square and r square cancelled. 32 of r is equals to 352 minus 256, which is nothing but equal to 96. So r will be equal to 3. Okay, fine. That means my smaller radius is 3 and my bigger sphere radius is, so 3 plus 16 is 19. Now what they're asking? They're asking find the diameter of the bigger sphere. So diameter means this complete thing. So this is nothing but just twice. So diameter will be anyway equal to 2r. So 2 into 19. So 2 into 19 will be 38 centimeter. So 38 centimeter will become the correct answer for this particular problem. That's all. Your problem is done. Correct? Good problems. Okay. So there are some problems which are good problem, but ultimately none of the problems are very tough. Okay. So you could have easily done in the examination. So problem ka वजह ही नहीं है. Okay. A man covers 3 equal distance with the speed of 10 km per hour, 20 km per hour and 30 km per hour respectively. Average speed of the man in the whole journey. So now here you see average speed will be always equals to. So average speed formula is what? Sir, average speed will be equal to total distance. Total distance. Average speed will be equal to total distance divided by total time. Average speed will be equal to total distance divided by total time. Correct? ठीक है. So here we have the speed as 10 km per hour. See what they're telling. A man covers 3 equal distance. 3 equal distance means, so this is my distance 1, this is my distance 2, and this is my distance 3. Distance, all distance are equal. With 10 km per hour, and then 20 km per hour, and then 30 km per hour. So you have to tell the what is the average speed. Okay, now friends, so what I will do, the average speed I will assume a value, because anyway it is d, right? So all 3 distance are equal. So I could see like here, you know, so this is also d, this is also d, and this is also d, all 3 equal distances. Okay, so what I generally do is, because you have 10, 20 and 30, so we'll assume a number which is divisible by all 3. So 10, 20, 30, 60 is a number which is divisible by all 3. Now my total distance will be 60 plus 60 plus 60. Sir, I don't want to do that. No problem. You take d plus d plus d. Okay, divided by. Then total time will be nothing but distance by, see, distance will be equal to speed into time. So your time will be equal to distance by speed. So distance is 60 divided by 10. So it is 6, right? So here it will be 60 by 10. Here it will be 60 by 20. And here it will be 60 by 30. See here again you can do like this. So d by 10, d by 20 and plus d by 30. So if you don't want to assume, don't assume, no problem. You will be getting the same answer. Please don't worry. Now this is 180 divided by, so this will be 6 plus 3, 9, 9 plus 3, 11. So 180 by 11. Further you can divide and you can write the answer. So here 180 divided by 11. Okay. So 180 divided by 11 will be nothing but 16.36 kilometer per hour. Okay. Now many of the students, what they will do, sir, average speed, so 10 plus 20 plus 30 by 3. Don't do this. Okay. So the 50 plus 3, 60 by 3 is equals to 20 kilometer per hour, which is wrong. 20 kilometer per hour, which is wrong. Average speed always we have to calculate like this, total distance divided by total time. चलो, very good. थोड़ा पानी पी लेते हैं यार, आधा घंटा हो गया कंटिन्यूअस. I rarely do editing in the videos. I always try to cover in one shot, because that flow only will break if you are taking rest and doing it. Okay. Now here if you see the roots of the quadratic equation, so we have 2 quadratic equation and their roots are equal. Then you have to find out, what is the value of a. So it's very simple. So friends, if your roots are equal, no, then b square minus 4ac will be equal to 0. So this is your discriminant. So if your roots are equal, then b square minus 4ac will be equal to 0. So here this is nothing but your b. So a plus 3 whole square minus, so minus square will become plus. 4 into a into 4 is equals to 0. So here a square plus a plus b whole square plus 6a plus 9 minus 16 is equals to 0. So a square plus 6a minus of 7 is equals to 0. Now if you try to solve this quadratic equation, See, so AC is what? 7 into 1, 7. And here we have plus 6. So here what we can do, a square plus 7a minus 7 is equal to 0. So 7a into a will become what? Minus 7a square. That is also correct. And here you will be getting plus 6a also. So a you take common. So a into a plus 7 minus a into, sorry, minus 1 into a plus 7 is equals to 0. Now here two values of a you will get. So a plus 7 into a minus 1 is equals to 0. So the value of a will be minus 7 and then plus 1. So these are the two values of a. And we will again calculate for the second equation, and we will find the value of a as common. Okay, so whatever common value will be there, so that will become your answer. In this case also, friends, so if the roots of the quadratic equation are equal, then b square minus 4 into a into c will be equal to 0. Okay, very good. Now here what we will do, a square plus 8a plus a square plus 2ab plus b square 16 minus 4 6 are 25 and 4 into 1 by 4. So by 8 is 25 is equals to 0. So a square plus 8a and minus 9 is equals to 0. Similar kind of equation. So 9a square, and here we want 8a. So a square plus 9a minus 9 is equals to 0. So a, see 1, if you put the value of a is equals to 1. So 1 plus 8, 9 minus 9. Okay, so a square. So a you take common. So a into a plus 9 minus 1 into a plus 9 will be equal to 0. So a will be equal to 1 and minus 9. Okay, now, so here a is equals to 1 and plus 7 and 1 and 9. So obviously the value of a will become 1 because this is the common value in both the equation. So you had to mark the answer as a is equals to 1 for this quadratic equation when the values are equal. Okay, now friend, this is a puzzle question. I will go this side. Okay, so first you read, and this box problem is coming more in the examination. Okay, so first you read and then we will try to solve it. So let's take 1 minute of the time where you read this and then we will try to solve it. Correct, no? Pehle I am there. Chalo, now let's see how do we solve this. बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल नहीं है, but not very easy also. So 8 boxes P, Q, R, S, T, U, V and W are kept one above the other. Each boxes has different chocolate among the following, Dairy Milk, Ferrero Rocher, Hershey, Kit Kat, Munch, Nestle, Snickers and 5-star. The information given above is not necessarily in the same order. Okay, fine. 3 boxes are kept below box P. So you see the first statement, 3 boxes are kept below box P which contains Nestle chocolates. So see, first we will write down. So we have P and 3 boxes are kept below that. See, here we have P and 3 boxes are kept below that, and P is having Nestle. Correct? Correct. So this statement is done, not required now. There is only one box between P and box T. So one box is there between. Now we might have 2 options. So P and T. So one box between P and T, or that T can be here as well. 2 options are there. Correct? Okay. Now what they are telling, this is also done. So we have already put it here. Then the boxes kept immediately below box T are the Kit Kat chocolate. So this is nothing but below the box T is nothing but Kit Kat chocolate. Correct? Okay. So here nothing but Kit Kat. So both the diagrams we are taking and going. Okay. See, anyway, how many boxes we have? So 8, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Total 8 boxes are there. Then, okay, this is also fine. The box kept at the topmost position has Hershey inside it. So the box kept at the top is Hershey inside it, and the box kept at the bottom has Kit Kat. The box kept at the bottom has Kit Kat. So here it is Kit Kat. Now could you see if you are able to relate? Aha. So this is correct. This is wrong. So above that T was there. Then one place left P was there. Your problem only solved. Okay, fine. Now the box which has Ferrero Rocher is kept below the box which has Nestle. So below Nestle we have the Ferrero. First time only I am hearing about this kind of chocolates also here. Otherwise I think this is what, like 90s 20s people are there, right? So now we have not heard about that. Is kept below Nestle but above the dairy milk. So this is kept below Nestle but kept above dairy milk. Chalo, very good, super. Box S which contains Munch. So box S which contains Munch, okay, is kept immediately below the box which contains 5 star. So it is immediately below 5 star and immediately above Snickers. Immediately above Snickers. Now like this, do you have any options here? Yes. So I can only accommodate like this. So this is 5 star. This is Munch here. And this is box S. And this is Snickers here. Okay. So basically if you will see, we have got a lot of data. So this is T box, this is P box, this is S box. So these are the 3 boxes. And box Q contains 5 star. So this is nothing but 5 star. Box R is kept at the top. So this is R. So RQS. Neither box B nor W is at the bottom. So U will be at bottom. So B and W will be present like this. So these are the 2 ways in which we can place. They're telling box W is kept above. So box W is kept above. So WB. So this is the arrangement of the boxes. So this floor based and arrangement of these boxes are getting asked in the TCS NQT examination. So you have to practice this kind of questions. So friends, here I think this is the last question for today which I have kept, okay. And now coding question Ankan sir will be continuing in the same class. So this video is definitely going to help you. At least few of the questions you'll be easily able to do after going through this, okay, because they are repeating the similar pattern. Thank you, take care and all the very, very best. And once again friends, just advice, okay. So if you really don't want to regret, okay, see what is a 1400 rupees is not a big amount here, but if you clear TCS 3.36 LPA, 7 LPA, 9 LPA, you think of that, okay. So that package that will completely change, see, if you start from a good company, you will always be going upper only. You will be always progressing in your life. But if you start with a startup and all, there'll be always a if and but. So don't do that. Don't regret later. Get this crash course. Also, keep following our YouTube channel. We are updating you with each and every small information, hiring, preparation videos. Thank you. Take care. All the very, very best. Hello everyone, and I welcome all of you to Online Study for You, a complete placement solution. This is Pratik Suraswaiyer, founder of Online Study for You. TCS Free NQT 2025 third phase exam is conducted today, and tomorrow also there is a exam. It is very, very important for you to solve the question which was asked today, because the questions are directly repeating, and more than 10 questions was repeated in today's exam from our YouTube videos and from the courses, okay. So here you can see friends, so sir, I got same question that you taught in question number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 and 11. Only value was changed. So this is one day ago I had uploaded the video. Thank you sir a lot. Have a great respect for you. 25th of second shift batch, many aptitude and reasoning questions repeated from your playlist, okay. So I have done 12 aptitude, 12, 15 in reasoning and 15, 17 in English. All of them came from the course, sir. Thank you sir, okay. And here you could see, hello Pratik sir, first of all thank you. Most of the questions were from the crash course and the pattern was also the same as the TCS NQT crash course, and thank you so much for your help sir. Most of the questions were from the TCS NQT crash course. So friends, anyway we are going to analyze and we are going to solve the question, but in future if you have exams or if you wanted to prepare, go for this TCS NQT crash course. This is more than sufficient. Friends, I'm telling, the questions are directly getting asked from this crash course itself. And anyway, I have done a lot of live classes also for you, like one sort aptitude, one sort reasoning, one sort coding. So from here also the direct question has been asked. That's all I wanted to tell you. Now let us move and start solving the question. Before that, I would like to tell you, friends, this particular shift is 25th of March, afternoon shift, that is second shift, where the exam is starting from 2 p.m. Okay, exam is starting from 2 p.m. Now let us try to see what were the topics from where the question were came. So 3 questions were there from the simplification, 2 questions from time and work, 2 from time and distance, 1 question was from number system, 2 questions were from data interpretation, 3 from simple interest, compound interest and partnership, 1 question was there from profit and loss. Today the main thing, as there is no direct question from percentage and ratio proportion, today 2 questions from the data interpretation were really that much easy, like that they make a question from the data that is already present in the table. No need to calculate, find anything, just look the table, you can find the answer. So data interpretation question were basically very simple. You just have to look at the data and then you will be able to find out the answer, right? So these were the things, friends. And here you could see, so these questions I have not taken. The reason is very, very clear, because if you see the data is some value, the data is missing, he is not able to remember. So these are basically memory based question, because the students will start asking, sir, how did you take the picture in the exam hall? So these are the students I have collected from many students who wrote the exam today, and they were able to remember some of the question, and definitely the very difficult question or very difficult data you will not be able to remember. Simple questions, simple data only you will be able to remember. But if in exam 10 questions are coming from the videos, then bhaiya pucho mat yaar, garda uda ke aoge. 4 questions from DICE problem. This DICE problem, 4 questions were asked, and DICE 2 classes I have taken. DICE on DICE problem in crash course, tell me yes or no. So already each and everything has been discussed, and that is what is getting on coming in the examination. Let us start with the question number 1. Okay, so this is a question from the topic profit and loss. A man sold a toy for rupees 10,620 but incurred a loss of, so sold for 10,620 and then incurring a loss of 10%. So friends, the first thing which you can do is you can find the cost price. Anyway, I have already told you the trick, okay, in the previous video also. Today also I will tell you. So selling price will be equal to cost price into 100 minus percentage of loss. So 100 minus 10 will be 90 divided by 100. Selling price is already given 10,620. So your cost price will be equal to, so this and this cancelled. So 1062 into 100 divided by 9. So is this number divisible by 9? So 62819, yes. So 9 1 ja 9 and 18 9 ja 62, right? So 89 ja 62, 119, okay. So cost price will be 11800. If you want, you can verify it. So I have the calculator here. So okay, so let's see, calculator, okay. So 106,200 divided by 9. So it is 11,800, correct. Now you know the cost price. So now you know the cost price is 11,800 and you want a gain or profit. So you want a gain or profit of 12%. So what should be your selling price? So selling price will be equal to cost price into 100 plus profit percentage, 112 divided by 100. Now if you solve this, you will be able to get answer. So 118, calculator is there in exam, no? So use calculator, okay? So don't tell sir you are only using calculator, what I will do. So exam calculator they are giving, no? Then what else you want? You want to solve it by घिसते रहो भाई, calculator जब दिया हुआ है तो use करो ना, trick. Now you see what they're telling. If you are selling at 10,620, okay, then you are getting a loss of 10%. If there is any loss, subtract from 100. So 100 minus 10 is 90. At what price you should sell so that you get a profit of 12%. If there is any profit, then add it to 100. Okay, now, so 10620 divided by 90 is equals to x divided by 112. So x will be equal to 10620 into 112 divided by 90. So 90 will solve, divide this by 118 time, and 118 into 12 is equals to 13216. That's all simple. So in one line you will be able to solve. Anyway, I have taught you in the previous videos as well, so do not have to break your head. Next question. So A income is 1800, very good. So yeah, income is nothing but 18,200, and he is spending, so his expenditure is 89%. So how much he will save? Sir, he will save 11%, correct? No, see, total is 100%. Out of that 89% he has spent, so saving will be nothing but 11%. So let's calculate 18,200, 11%. That's all will be your answer. So this is 2, okay, and 2 plus 8 is 10, 8 plus 1 9 plus 1 is 10, and 1 plus 1 is 2. So 182 into, let's see, so 182 into 11 is equals to 2002 rupees, right? So what will be saving? So saving will be nothing but, you could have directly calculated 18,200 into 11%, that is nothing but 2002 rupees. Okay, clear? Clear? Simple, very simple question was asked in the examination. Next question. Next question is a series based problem where you have 3, where you have 8, you have 15, you have 24, we have 35. Okay, now, so next number you have to calculate. So 3 5s are 8 7s are 15 9s are, and this is 11 ja, so this is 13 times 13, I mean 13 will be added, so 48. You could have also 2 square minus 1, 3 square minus 1, 4 square minus 1, 5 square minus 1, 6 square minus 1, 7 square minus 1. So friends, for one question there will be multiple logic, but ultimately answer, your ultimate answer should be same. So it's not like logic 1 giving A, logic B giving B, logic C is giving D. No, not like that. So do whatever you want. The only thing which you have to keep in mind, but yeah, your logic should be same. Now, 2 men can do a work in 14 days, then how many men are required to finish the work in? Then how many men are required to finish the work in 4 days? So we know M1 D1 by W1 will be equal to M2 D2 by W2. Now you see, 2 men, how many days? 14 days. What is the work? Work is W or 1. Then 4 men and D you have to calculate, and what is the work? Same work. In time and work, your work will be almost same only, okay? So now here 2 2s are and 2 7s are. So how many days will be required? 7 days will be required. See, this kind of questions even Infosys does not ask, okay? So very simple question. Simple question, there is very simple question. In difficult, moderate level of question, the questions are moderate, okay? Then there was a question on average speed. A train moves from A to B. So a train moves from A to B, a speed of 50 km per hour, okay? And from B to A, and from B to A at 60 km per hour. So what is the average speed? Friends, I had told you when the distance is same, see A to B and B to A. So the distance is same. So when the distance remains same, then you can directly use the formula. So average speed will be equal to, it will be equal to 2 S1 S2 and divided by S1 plus S2, correct? So 2 into 50 into 60 and divided by 50 plus 60, 50 plus 60, okay? So here it is, okay, so 2 into 50 into 60, so you can directly multiply 6,000 divided by 110. So it will be 11 5s are 55, 55 and 10 minus 5, 11 4, yeah, something 54 point something kilometer per hour will be the answer. You have calculator, use it, okay? Friends, I would like to tell you, please do like the video here. So many people watch the video, but the effort which we put collecting the questions from other students, making the videos, you see the time, it is 9 PM. So whole day we will be involved in giving you the best content, okay? And so that the question repeats in the exam. For that reason, at least you like the video here. At least your one like will give us motivation to work very, very hard, okay? Now, find the minimum value of fx. So minimum value of this function, you have to find it out, 3 plus mod 2x plus 11, right? Okay. So minimum value, the options are 4 3 2 0. So the minimum value you will be only able to find out when this portion will be equal to 0, right? See, this mod minimum value will be always 0. It will not give you the negative value. So if x right? So x is equals to minus 11 by 2. When the value of x is equals to minus 11 by 2, 2 will cancel and this mod will give you 0. So you will be able to find the minimum value of this function when x is equals to minus 11 by 2. So this will become 0 and you will be getting, so basically the minimum value of this function will be, you will be getting at minus 11 by 2 and that will be nothing but 3. So there was option also was given, so you had to mark the answer, that option B. Clear? Okay. Now find the largest value that divides 639 and 1468 that leaves a remainder of 4 and 3. Now friends, suppose if there is 25, okay, 25, and if I say that if you will divide by 2 you will get a remainder of 1, because 25 2s are, so 12 times is 24, right? So 1 will be remainder. Now if I say, so if you subtract this remainder from this value, then this number will be completely divisible by 2. You will be getting remainder as 0. So when you divide these numbers, right, so you will be getting a remainder of 4 and 3. So if you subtract 4 and 3, so whatever number you have, this number will be completely divisible by the largest value, right? Okay. Now please try to factorize. See, now we have to find out GCD, or you say greatest common factor, or you say HCF, right? See, largest value will be always your HCF, right? And the smallest value will be always your LCM, okay, LCM. So now this is what you have to find. So try to find out the factor. 5 12 times is 60, 5 7 times. Again here also. So 5 into 5 2s are 10, 5 9s are 45, 5 3s are. So this 127 and this is both are prime number. I mean this you cannot factorize, okay? So the maximum value which is common in both is nothing but 5. So your HCF will become 5, or your the largest value will become 5. Okay. Now see, you could have done one more way. So if you don't know how to find out HCF and all, then these are the two numbers. Okay. And now you have the option. So take 635 divided by 45, not divisible. So this number cannot be your HCF, because whatever number you have, HCF means this number will be divided by that. See, if you have 8 and if you have 4, what is the HCF? So 4 into 2, 4 into 1. So HCF is 4. That means this 8 will be divisible by the HCF and 4 will be divisible by the HCF. Now we thought, okay, 45 might be the answer. So we divided this number by 45, not divisible. Then again 635 we are dividing by 25, then also it is not divisible, 25.4. Then this 635 we are dividing by 15, then also it is not divisible, it is 42.33. So obviously this is a remaining one which will become HCF. So many times no, your mind does not work in the exam. This is understood यार, दिमागी तो है, कंप्यूटर थोड़े ना है कि चला हर जगह पे काम करेगा. So sometimes in exam our mind does not work, or maybe a simple things looks very big for us. So in that case no, calculator is there, option attack is there. So this is where option attack comes in picture, where you attack the question using the options. Okay. Now the next question was asked in the TCS exam today, and this kind of questions already we have done previously. If you'll see our live sessions, the videos which I had put on, if you have followed online study for today, you will not be regretting. Okay, I'm telling you openly. If anyone has any concern, come in front of me. I will show you which question where I have done. That much confidence I have, and I have done that kind of questions in the classes, in the YouTube videos, everywhere. A man present age is 2.5 times of sum of the ages of his daughter. So sum of his two daughter. There are two daughters are there, D1 and D2. Okay. So their sum of ages I assumed as X. So a man present age. So man present age is equals to 2.5. 2.5 is nothing but, see, 2.5 is nothing but 2 2s are 4 plus 1, 5 by 2. Correct? 5 by 2. So a man present age is 2.5 times of sum of ages of two daughters. So sum of ages of two daughters is nothing but X. Correct? Equation 1. Now then 30 years later man will not be sitting, man will also become m plus 30. Okay, fine. 30 years later man age will be sum of ages of his two daughter. Now this daughter age after 30 years will also increase by correct, 30. Second daughter age also will increase by 30, correct. See, both the daughters will age will increase, no, or one daughter increase. This is where we do the mistake. So what we do is, many of you will write x plus 30. That's all, gone. Because two daughters are there, so one daughter 30, one daughter 30. So d1 plus d2 is x plus 60. So it will be x plus 60. Okay, fine. Now m plus 30, this 60 we will bring it this side, will be equal to x. X is nothing but 2m by 5. 2m by 5. Okay, sir. So plus 30 minus 60 will give you ultimately minus 30 is equals to 2m by 5. Okay. So 30 we will send it this side, m we will bring it this side. So m minus 2m by 5 is equals to 30. 5m minus 2m. Sir, 3m by 2 is equals to 30. So this is 10 times. So m is nothing but equal to 20. 5, 3m by 5, 3m by 5, 3m by 5. So m will be nothing but 50. So man present age is 50. They are asking then what will be the man ages in 12 years from now. So 50 plus 12 will be equal to 62. So for this question, the answer was 62 years. After 12 years, the man will be 62 years old. Correct? No? Under it is going right. Okay. Now, so one interesting question was, if L and M are mode, median and mean, then which of the following is correct? The same relation as part of this TCS classes, I had told you mode will be equal to 3 into median minus 2 mean. 2 mean. So I had told you mode is equals to 3 into median minus 2 into mean. Correct? Okay. So L is mode. So L, 2 mean, 3 median, median is nothing but n and mean is nothing but m. So L is equals to 3n minus 2m. Option C was the correct answer. So he was able to remember. So this was a question just based on the formula. So that kind of simple question were asked here. Okay, now the next question is, in a class, average marks of 12 students is 36. So there are 12 students are there and their age is 36. Okay, now if the marks of each student is doubled, that means now what you are going to do, so each student marks was 36, now you are going to make it double. Then what will be the new average? Now let us see. There are 2 students in the class. So what will be the average? Sir, average will be sum divided by number. So 12 by 2, so nothing but 6. Now what we did, so marks we doubled it. Okay, so now it is 12 and 12. So what will be the average? Sir, average will be 12 plus 12 divided by 2. So sir, 24 by 2, that means nothing but 12. So average is nothing but 12. So if you are doubling the number, your average will also double. So the marks is, if the marks of each student is doubled, so 36, you made it 72, then average will also double. So average will become what? So average will become what? 72 only, right? So 36 was the average. Now each student you are increasing by 2, you are making it double, so it will become 72. That's all, simple. Okay, then there is a blood relation question. A is father of S, so A is father of S. D is daughter of F. F is not given. B is brother of D. S is husband of F. So S is husband of F. Then D is daughter of F. D is daughter of F. Okay. Then B is brother of D. Then B is brother of D. So how A is related to B? So A is nothing but grandson. A is nothing but grandfather, because your mother father is nothing but your grandfather. Okay. From your mother side. Okay. So from your mother side you might put, but anyway they would have asked only grandfather, so just put grandfather. That's all done. Okay. Clear? So your I'm sorry here. So your mother and this is your father. So your father. Sorry. So basically your father. So here it will be paternal. Here it will be paternal grandfather. If they have asked, you put it paternal grandfather. And if your mother side, then maternal grandfather. But anyway, this is nothing but paternal side. Clear? Okay. Then question number 12. Question number 12, they're asking to frame a quadratic equation. A rectangle have area of 154 centimeter square. So if you talk about rectangle, so a rectangle will have length and breadth. So the length is 4 times, so breadth I assume it as x. So your b is nothing but x. Then length is 4 times plus 4 centimeter of the breadth. Okay, 4 times plus. So this question is not proper actually. So 4 times plus 4 centimeter plus 4 centimeter. Okay, fine. So now suppose this is the length is 4 times plus 4 centimeter of the breadth. Okay, now so area will be equal to length into breadth. This is not a very clear question, so just understand, you know, what was the question. So suppose this was the breadth and this was the length, then area will be this one. Area is 154 is equals to x into 4x plus 4, correct? So here it will be 4x square plus 4x and minus 154 is equals to 0. So here it will be basically 4 times more than this, something will be there. Okay, so you ignore it. Okay, so just ignore it. This question is not very much proper. So right, so what I will do, 4 we cannot, so 2 will take common, so 2x square plus 2x and minus 2 7 ja and 2 7 ja. So this will be your quadratic equation. Okay, so its length is 4 times. Okay, 4 times means this one plus 4 centimeter of breadth. So this doesn't make much sense. Okay, so we can just ignore this. So you just ignore this, okay, and think of, so this is breadth and this is length, then this is how we would have created a quadratic equation, how we would have made a quadratic equation. That's all for today. I hope these videos are helping you out, and if yes, please do share and also like, comment. So please let us also know, so how was your session? I mean, how was your exam today, and how many questions from aptitude, reasoning, verbal ability you have done. So please let me know in the comment section. Based on that, I can give you analysis that you will be called for digital ninja or prime profile. Thank you. Take care. All the very, very best. We'll meet soon in the next video. Till then, take care. The average of 10 number is given as 40. However, one number was mistakenly recorded as 40 instead of 45. So what will be the correct average after correcting the mistake? Fine. So with mistake, so what is the formula? Sir, average is nothing but equal to sum divided by number. Okay, so average is given, average of 10 number is given as 40. Sir, average is 40. So what will be the sum? Sir, sum will be nothing but number is total 10 number. So sum will be 40 into 10, 400. Correct? Okay. Now friends, what they are telling, so one number was mistakenly recorded as 40 instead of 45. So here basically the sum when we have taken, so we have total 10 number, 9 numbers are fine. That one number, no, that one number was 45, but by mistakenly we have written it 40, no problem. So now my new average, so new average will become what? Sir, sum divided by number. New average means corrected average. See, number will not change, sir. There will be 10 numbers only. Okay, now, so the sum, total sum is 400. Now what we will do, we will remove the number which we have added as a mistake. So 40 I had added, but I had to add 45, right? So we had to add 45, but we have added 40 here. So 40 I removed and 45 I added. Now it is correct. Now it is correct. So the overall difference will be what? So overall difference will be 405. See, 445 minus 40, 405 divided by 10. So it will be 40 plus 5, 40.5. I hope you understood. This was a very simple question. I explained you step by step. See, many times I see, sir, you are only taking 2 minutes to solve. Arey bhai, I am explaining and I have to see if somebody coming for the first time on the YouTube channel, he should be able to also understand. She should be also able to understand. So that will be only, the point here. Now you see, I will tell you what you could have done. See, your average is what? Average of 10 number is 40. So 10 into 40. Now, by mistake, what you have done? By mistake, you have taken 40. What you had to take? 45. No, so remove 40 and add 45. This will give you the correct average. Number will remain same, 10 only. So this will be 405 divided by 10, it is 40.5. So in fact, for this problem you don't need pen also. Sir, 400 minus 40 plus 45, 5 difference is there. So 405 by 10, 40.5. So these are the certain problems, you know, which you have to solve very fast in the examination. Clear? Okay. The next problem comes from the topic mensuration. Okay. Exams are, you know, the questions are easy to moderate, so please don't worry in the exam. The radius of a bigger sphere is 16 centimeter more than the radius of a smaller sphere. So friends, basically a sphere, if you will see, you know, how football, right? So you might have seen football, right? So it will be something like that. It will look like, okay. So you can also make like this a football, okay. Anyway, so this is 3D figure. Now in 2D figure, so please try to understand. So this is one of your sphere and you have a smaller sphere, right? Okay. So this is your bigger sphere radius and this is your smaller sphere radius, correct? Okay. So what they're telling, the radius of a bigger sphere is 16 centimeter more than the radius of a smaller. So a smaller I will assume R, then bigger will become R plus 16, correct? Okay. So the surface area of a sphere will be, so surface area of a sphere will be, sir, 4 pi R square, okay, and the volume will be nothing but 4 by 3 pi R cube. So if you don't know this, please keep that in mind, because there might be a question again in the exam tomorrow where they might ask. So 4 by 3 pi R cube, 4 by 3 pi R cube. Clear? Okay. Now what they're telling, the difference between their surface area is 1408 pi centimeter square. So area of bigger sphere, okay, area of surface area of bigger sphere minus surface area of a smaller sphere is equals to 1408 pi centimeter of a square. Chalo sir, very good. Now, so 4 pi R square. So R is what? Sir, R plus 16. 4 pi R square minus 4 pi smaller area radius R square is equals to 1408 pi. Okay, now sun mere bhai, here you have 4 pi. If you take common and from here also if you get 4 pi, it will be settled. Clear? Cancelled. Okay. Now, so 1408 divided by 4. So sir, see, this number is divisible by 4. How do you know, sir? How do you know, sir? हाँ कुछ वो उधर से आया था नहीं. It's like the last 2 digit is divisible by 4 means the number is divisible by 4. 4 3s are 12, 4 5s are and 4 2s are. Are sir, this we can write 4 pi at one shot and here this is 352. Chalo, very good, super. Now here 4 pi you take common. So R plus 16 is square minus of R square. See, you do not have to do all these things whatever I am doing because you understand every steps. That is my responsibility. Now here, so R square plus 16 into 2, sir, 32R. A plus B whole square, A square plus 2AB plus B square, 256 minus R square, sir, is equals to 352. Chalo, done. This is cancelled. 32R is equals to, sir, 256 minus 352. Sir, it will be what I am doing here, 352 minus 256. Sir, it is 12 minus 6 is 6, 14 minus 5 is 9, is equals to 32R. So sir, R is equals to 32, 3s will be 96. So R is equals to 3. That means a smaller sphere radius is 3 and bigger sphere, sir, 3 plus 16 is 19. Now what they are asking? Find the diameter of the bigger sphere. Arey bhai, diameter will be equal to 2 into radius. Okay, so diameter will be equal to 2 into 19. That is nothing but, sir, 38 centimeter. This is what we had to find it out. And this was the question which was asked in your 15th of March examination. The data might be little different because this is memory based. So whatever a student could remember, he said me. So if the data is different, no problem. Process remains same. The question remains same. The pattern remains same. सोचना ही नहीं है, okay? And friends, one more thing I keep telling you, right? See, result doesn't come simply, okay? So we are really putting effort. We have put the effort, and that is the reason the questions were asked from our crash course itself, okay? So from our crash course itself, the questions were asked, and the student said, "Sir, thank you." Okay, so I also want to hear thank you from me. This crash course is changing life of many people here. You see here, there are so many people, you know, who has got selected in TCS Digital, Ninja, and different examination. Anyway, now let's come back. So here, sir, a man covers 3 equal distance with a speed of 10 km per hour, 20 km per hour and 30 km respectively. Average speed of the man in the whole journey. A very interesting question, but very easy question. Many people will take x here, and whenever you will take x, see, at some places we cannot avoid x, okay? At some places, like you went to some mall, you went to some, supermarket. If you see, you cannot avoid it. But जहाँ possible आप घर पे बैठ के मेरी x ऐसे थी, मेरा y ऐसा था, मेरा z ऐसा है. No. So here we can avoid. So same thing we are going to do here. We are going to avoid. Total distance. Total distance, what I will assume? So they are telling 3 equal distance. Okay. So I could see the speeds are 10, 20 and 30. So we'll assume a number which is divisible by all three. So that is none other than 60. Correct? So a number which is divisible by all three is nothing but 60. So I will take the equal distance is 60, 60, 60. Okay, fine. Here the speed is 10 km per hour. Here the speed is 20 km per hour. And here the speed is 30 km per hour. Sir, I want to take 120. You take, no problem. Whatever value you want, you take. If these numbers are divisible by this, calculation will be easy. Make your life easier, make your calculation easier. Okay, now, so average speed, there is only one formula, there is no other formula. Total distance by total time. Total distance divided by total time. Total distance by total time. So total distance is what, sir? 60 plus 60, 120, and 120 plus 60 is 180, sir. Very good. Total time. So the time taken here, and the time taken here, and the time taken here. Correct? Okay. So here 60 by 10 plus 60 by time will be what? So distance is equals to speed into time, because some of you might start asking, sir, how did you write this? So time is equals to distance by speed. Distance is 60, speed is 10. Distance is 60, speed is 20. Distance is 60, speed is 30. So calculation will become very easy, my dear friends. 180 divided by, this is 6, this is 3, and this is 2. So 9 plus 2, 11, 180 by 11 kilometer per hour, because here speeds have been given in the kilometer per hour. Many of you, what you will do, sir, average speed 10 plus 20 plus 30 divided by 3. Okay, and then you will become free. Okay, so it is 60 by 3, so it is 20 kilometer per hour, which will become wrong. Okay, so average speed will be always total distance divided by total time. Don't forget. Quadratic equation, very wonderful question. Okay, interesting question, I am telling you. Matlab maja aa jayega that question. So here, if the roots of the quadratic equation x square minus a plus 3 into x plus 4 is equals to 0, then and x square minus a plus 4 into x plus 6.25 is equals to 0. If the roots of the quadratic equation are equal, then you have to find a. Now you just need to know, sir, when the roots of the quadratic equation is equal. Quadratic equation will be always in the form of ax square plus bx plus c is equals to 0. Okay. Now, so if the roots are equal, then your discriminant b square minus 4ac will be equal to 0. B square minus 4, this is your a, this is your c, this is your b. B square minus 4ac will be equal to 0. Okay. So here b square, so a plus 3 whole square minus 4 into a into c is equals to 0. A plus b square, sir, so a square plus 2ab, 6a plus b square minus 16 is equals to 0. So a square plus 6a and minus of 7 is equals to 0. So a square minus I can write, okay, I can write 7a minus a, minus 7 is equals to 0. So a into a plus 7 minus 1 into a plus 7 is equals to 0. So bhaiya a is equals to 1. So a minus, you can write like this basically. See, a plus 7 is equal, 7 into a minus 1 is equals to 0. So basically a will be equal to 1 here. A will be equal to 1 here, and a will be equal to minus 7 here. Two values of a. Okay, fine. Now this one also we will solve. बहुत गर्मी लग रहा है भाई, फैन चला लो. Okay, now here if you'll see, so here also roots are equal. So b square, b is nothing but 1 plus 4 whole square minus 4ac, 4 into 1 into 6.25 is equals to 0. So a square plus 2ab, 8a plus 4 square 16 minus 4 into 6 is 24 and 4 into 1 by 4 is 1. So minus 25 is equals to 0. So a square plus 8a, 16 minus 25 by minus 9 is equals to 0. So a square plus 9a minus 9 is equals to 0. So a into a plus 9 and minus 1 into a plus 9 is equals to 0. So a minus 1 into a plus 9 is equals to 0. So a will be equal to 1 and minus 9. Now the common value of a in both the equation is 1. So the value of a which they are asking will become 1. Very interesting problem was asked from the quadratic equation, and I have told you in quadratic equation in the class, if you'll see, I had told you, right? So if the roots of the quadratic equation are equal, nothing but b square minus 4ac, that means the discriminant is equal to 0. That's all, nothing else. Clear? Okay. Virat spent 75% of his monthly income. Bhaiya, very good. Virat Babu ne 75% spent. Okay, he has spent 75%. Then what will be remaining with him? 25% remaining. Saving 25% is remaining with him. Okay, friends, when I was, today I was going through some great laws used in India. I mean, not that law. Okay, I mean court kachari ka. So it's like you can say Pythagoras theorem, some kind of laws like that. So there I was reading. So if you write down the problem, then 50% of the problem is solved. If you write down the data from the problem, 50% of your questions is solved there itself. 75% means 3 by 4 he has spent. How much he will be remaining? 25% means 1 by 4. Okay, sir, very good. Now, so along with the salary, he also get an incentive every month, which equals to 5% of his salary. Okay, so very good. So suppose his salary is 100, 5% is nothing but an incentive is nothing but 5% means 5. That means his monthly income is nothing but 105 rupees. Correct? Monthly income. Okay, very good. So what will be yearly income? Sir, yearly income will be if you want to put x, you can also put x here. So you can put 100x, okay, and you can put see, I'm just trying to explain you that how you could have done it in a easier way. Okay, fine. So yearly will be what, sir? 105 into 12. No problem. Okay, monthly, yearly. Because his annual saving is given. Correct? Okay. So this is monthly income and this is yearly income. Now, so yearly income is 105 into 12. Correct? This is yearly income. And how much he is saving? Sir, he is saving. See, if you put x here, then you will be able to easily solve it. But without x I am doing, so that x you try to remove it from your life. Okay. How much he is saving? So sir, his monthly his annual saving, so his annual saving is there. So he is saving 1 by 4th. So 1 by 4 is equals to, sir, it is 12,6,111. Correct? Okay, this is what you have to solve. If you solve this, then done. Sir, x will be equal to, sir, so 4 3s are, remove this, and some calculation you do here itself. Okay, just a minute, I'm getting a call. Okay, so now here you see 4 3s are, and then 3 4s are and 2, so 0 0 0. So x will be equal to 42,000 and divided by 105, and bhaiya, this is what we have to solve. So you can use the calculator, or you can also need 21 5s and 21 2s, and 42,000. Okay, so here it will be 5 again 20 times. So x will be nothing but 2 into 2, 400. So his salary will be 100x. So 100 into 400, it is nothing but 40,000. And then they're asking his monthly income. So monthly income is nothing but 105x. So directly what you do, I think we have already got 105x. So I'm sorry, I was simply wasting your time as well as my time. So his monthly income is nothing but 105x. So 105x is nothing but 42,000. That's all clear. Okay. If they have asked him his monthly salary, then you would have calculated 100x. So x is equals to 42,000 divided by 105. So 100x will be equal to 42,000 divided by 105 into 100. But anyway, in this case, his monthly income is asked. So it will be nothing but 42,000. That's all will be your correct answer. And we are done with the problems. Okay. See, the thing is, I have modified the problem. Okay. So when you modify the problem, no, then definitely it will not come in the proper way how it comes in the examination. So little bit I have modified here because of the lack of data. Okay. No section switching, only question switching will be there. TCS exams is happening at the center, TCS ION. No negative marking is there. Any number of rough paper you will be getting. On screen calculator is there, no question wise timer. Okay, so per question there will be no timer. Section wise timer is there. And here you could see total 8 theta based questions. If we submit one coding question, then we can go to the second coding question. We cannot make any changes in the first coding question. Sectional cutoff and overall cutoff, both is there. Clear? Okay. So friends, see, you have to reach at least 1 hour before 8:30 a.m. morning shift. I'm talking about is gate closing time. So if you reach at 8, find admit card plus 1 photo, DL Aadhaar card. One of the student, he had some issue in the date of birth and he was not able to write the examination. They did not provide any kind of affidavit. This is the exam pattern: aptitude, reasoning, verbal, 20 and 25 questions will be asked and 75 minutes. Advanced 25 question, 15 question, 25 minutes, and advanced coding question, 2 coding question for 90 minutes. Total time will be 190 minutes. Now let us look at the questions which has been asked in the examination. Okay, so here you could see the first one, you can say it is from the quadratic equation. So ax square plus 7x plus e is minimum at x is equals to minus 7 by 4 and as value is equals to minus 9 by 8. Find the value of c. A man sells an, so this is from the quadratic equation. This is from the quadratic equation, a simple question. Then this is from profit and loss. Okay, a man sells an item at 7620 and incurs a loss of 8%. What price should he sell the item to gain 14%? So basically we need to find out the profit. Once you find out the profit, then you will be able to solve this question. Product of two number is 6345. I think 6845. So it is 6845. Okay, so basically this images I have generated through the chat GPT, this questions. And then ratio and proportion. See, this all those things are very much predicted. So these are the questions. This is basically in ratio and proportion. So I teach investment ratios. Okay, so that is the question from there. Then average speed. A car travels from point A to point B at 20 km per hour and travels back from B to A at 60 km per hour. Find the average speed of the car. So in the recent one of the video, I had told you average speed will be total distance by total time, right? Okay. And if you have only 2 speed, I will tell you the formula. Then there was a question from this trains. Okay. And then this is a question: a man earns a salary of 12,000 and spends 68% of it. So what is his saving? So remaining 32%. 1 to 2 question ratio proportion, 1 DI question. This was tougher than DI in the advanced level. So friend, you could see the question from aptitude were easy to moderate, right? Okay. Now this particular question, you see question number 5. So a car travels from point A to point B. So a car travels from point A to point B at a speed of 20 km per hour. Okay. And back from B to A and back from B to A with 60 km per hour. Then we need to find out average speed. So bhaiya, average speed will be equal to, there is a direct formula for this. Okay, so 2AB, I mean suppose 2S1 S2 by 2S1 S2 by S1 plus S2, where is S1 is a speed. So 2 into 20 into 60 and divided by 20 plus 60, right? 20 plus 60. So 2 into 20 into 60 divided by 80. So I just wanted to tell you there are how simple questions are there. Okay, so 415 times, so it will be nothing but 30 km per hour. Many students will do the mistake here. So what they will do, 20 plus 60 and then divided by 2. So 80 by 2 and then they will be getting 40 km per hour. This is not the average speed. Okay, so average speed will be equal to total distance by total time. Here directly formula we can use 2s1 s2 divided by s1 plus s2. So 2 into 60, 240 divided by 60 into 1200 into 2, 2400 divided by 80. So it will be coming around 30 km per hour. Okay, so this will be your correct answer. This was a simple problem, right? See, I will not do all the problems right now. I just wanted to tell you, okay, so what were the problem which was asked and how easy it was. Now you see this problem. A man earns a salary of 12,000 and he spends 68% of it. Then he will be saving 32%, sir. So that's what they're asking, what is his saving, right? So what is his find his saving? So 12,000 into 32 divided by 100. Clear? Cancelled. So 12 into 32 and one more zero you put it here. So 12 into 3 is 360. Okay, and 12 into 2 is 24 into 10. So this will be nothing but 3840. So 12,000 anyway, 30% will be what? See, you could have also calculated 12,000, 30%. So 12,000, 10,000 will be 10% will be 1200, right? See, like this also you can calculate. You have 12,000, right? 32%. So what will be 10%? So 10% is nothing but 1200. Okay, so 3 times will be nothing but 3600. Okay, now 10% is 1200. So what will be 2%? That means we need to divide by 5. That means we need to divide by 5. So it is nothing but 240. So here just add 240. So sir, 0483 3840. There are multiple ways to deal with the problem. Now it totally depends upon you how fast and how quick you do the problem in the examination. But the problem was not very tough. Okay, see, the similar kind of problems we had done in the examination. Okay, so let us try to do that as well. So this is done, and question number 4. Okay, so what question number 4 is telling? A and B invest rupees 10,000 and 20,000 in a business. So A and B, there are two partners are there. So A invests 10,000 and 20,000 in a business. A gets a royalty of 10% and the rest of the profit is shared according to their investment. Find the profit earned by A if the net annual profit is rupees. Okay, so friends, investment into time ratio will be nothing but equal to by a profit ratio. Now A is investing 10,000 and the time is, friend, these are memory based problem. Okay, so these are memory based problems. So don't ask, sir, from where did you get all these questions? So the student, you saw, right? So whatever question he did in the examination, okay, so that's what he has solved here, and he has, that's what he has taken the image and he has sent it to us, right? Okay, bhaiya, very good. So this is for 12 months and B invested 20,000 again for 12 months. 12 and 12 cancel. This is 2 times. So 1:2. The similar question were asked in the exam. So A is to B is nothing but 1:2 ratio. 1:2 ratio. Now, so friends, what is the total profit? The total profit is nothing but 2380. Now what is happening? A gets a royalty of 10% and rest of the profit is shared according to their investment. Find the profit earned by A. Okay, so here 10%, what we are doing, we are giving it to A. So 238 rupees we gave it to A. Okay, now, so that is 10% royalty. So what is remaining? So 2380 minus 238. So 10 minus 8 is 2, 7 minus 3 is 4, and 3 minus 2 is 1, 2142. Now this 2142 will be divided among A and B. So they are asking what is a net profit earned by A, right? Okay, so here 1:2. So total 3 part is there and A will be getting 1 part. That's all. So 3 7 ja and 14 3 ja is 42. 7. So speed of train A and B given, length is given, both travels in. Okay, so here he is telling given, but the data is not there. So this we will not be able to solve. Now question number 3 you see. So question number 3, we will just try to see, we will just try it out, okay? We don't know how much the data is correct, and I'm solving in front of you. So I also don't know if the data is completely correct or not. So see, if the data is correct, you will be getting the answer. If there is any problem with respect to data, then we will not be able to get the answer, okay? Fine, no problem. So let's see and try to solve. Question has been asked. A man sells an item at, so selling price is given 7620 and loss is given 8%. So what will be the cost price? So selling price will be equal to cost price into 100 minus loss percentage 92 divided by 100, okay? So 7620 will be equal to CP into 92 divided by 100. So definitely pakka, definitely this 7620 will be divisible by 92. देख लेते हैं थोड़ा सा, कैलकुलेटर कहाँ है भाई? Calculator, okay. So 7620 divided by 92 is equals to array. The values doesn't seems correct. The values, so here we have 7620 and 8%. So 7620, I just wanted to verify. So a man sells an item at rupees 7620 and incurs a loss of 8%. So values are correct. What price he should sell the item to gain? 14%. So the values are correct, but you know, we can't do anything here. The I mean, we don't know the exact value. So if he remembers exactly or not, because what we are getting is, so selling price is equals to cost price into 100 minus loss percentage. So 100 minus 92, 100 minus 8 is 92. Selling price is given 7620 is equals to CP into 90. It is not even divisible by 13, 6 ja 78, no, 13 5 ja 65. So 6 minus 5 is 1, 1, 2. No, it is not divisible. So it will, you know, this data is not proper. It's okay. Anyway, let's know the process how we will be able to solve. So bhaiya, cost price will become 7620 into 100 divided by 92. Now, so they're asking at what price he should sell to gain a profit of 14%. So selling price will be equal to what? So cost price. So cost price is nothing but 7620 into 100 divided by 92. And if you want a profit of, right? Okay. So now if you want a profit of 14%, then add it to 100 and divide by 100. Okay. So fine. Now you solve this and 100 and 100 cancelled. So here it will be 7620 into 114 is equals to divided by 92. So it will be nothing but 9442 point something. So this value you sell so that you will be able to get a profit of this much. Okay, fine. Now let's see. So if you could have done in a easier way. So 7620, if you are selling, you are getting a loss of 8%. So at what price you should sell? At what price should you sell so that you should get a profit of 14%? Okay. Now it's been, I have clearly told you, if there is any kind of loss is there, subtract from 100 and divide by 100. It is not required by dividing. Okay, because 100 will get cancelled. And selling price we have to find it out, and profit is, if there is any kind of profit, add is to 100. So 7620 divided by 90 will be equal to SP divided by 114. So your selling price will be equal to 7620 into 114 divided by 92. You could have directly written this. The values are not proper, so that is the reason we are getting the answers in decimal. Okay, so he might not be able to remember this. So same answer, 9442.17. That will become your correct answer. Okay, so I don't have much time today, so the remaining of the questions we can solve sometime later. Okay, so let us move towards the other thing. So now here next you will see verbal. So 2 RC, 3 questions each. So there was 2 RC was there, and in every 3 questions were there, in per RC 3 questions. Para jumbles 4 question, 1 theta and 3 MCQs. 1 word substitute 2 question, fill in the blanks were there, error detection were there, formal, informal 2 questions were there. Unique. So what are the things mentioned below are incorrect in the context of a formal email? Okay. Answer long paragraph was there. Okay. Fine. So this was from your verbal ability. Verbal ability was little challenging. And then visual reasoning 2 questions, cube 2 questions, cuts and unfold 1 question. Find the wrong term, series based 1 question was there. Find out the unique pair. Blood relation 2, name of the relation was not directly given, rather it was given like wife's brother, son's daughter. Floor based arrangement of boxes, 2 questions were there. Data sufficiency, most probably 2 questions were there, and syllogism, most probably 2 questions were there. So these were there from the logical. Then coding question, if you'll see, so before that, advanced. So Chinese coding 2. What is this Chinese coding here? Okay, Chinese coding. Okay, this coding decoding. Data interpretation 2 question. A square sitting arrangement 1 was there. Data sufficiency on circular arrangement 2 question. Direction based, direction sense 1 question was there. Coding questions I have also written down here. So if you'll see the first coding question. So if you'll see, अरे भाई तुम कहाँ से आ गए यार, तुमको किसने बुलाया? हाँ? So here you see. So coding question, easy. Given an integer value m, find the sum of all prime numbers in the range 1 to m. Okay, num is between 1 to m, 1 and m is included. Constraint is 2, so m is between 2, m is between 2 and 500, where 2 and 5 is included. Input m is equal to 10, output 17. All prime numbers from 1 to 10 are 2, 3, 5, 7. Okay, medium. Given numbers of edges and vertices in a directed, अरे भाई लैपटॉप रखा हुआ है यहाँ पे, sorry, in a directed acyclic graph, okay, DAG, each edge is directed from one vertex to another and has some weight. Find the shortest path from source to destination and print the path and total weight of the path. Okay, so here they have given the example and path output. We will soon make the videos on the coding question, don't worry about it. And if we'll talk about the cutoff, friends, see, the exam was easy to moderate, considering verbal ability was little challenging. Okay, so here verbal ability, the cutoff, like let's say like 10 to 12 question. Okay, logical reasoning, let's say, so again 10 to 12 question. Aptitude around 10 question, and advanced coding questions like 7 to 8 questions if you do, and advanced coding 1 question if you do, you will be called for digital, and 2 questions if you'll do, you will be called for prime. But again, my dear friends, I would like to tell you there will be normalization. Normalization means, see, total if there are 14 cases are there, okay, and now suppose the topper has done only 10 cases, okay, 10 test cases is passed. So if you have done 9 cases altogether, then you will be called for the prime interview. So you please don't try predicting that, sir, I have done 8, I have done 9, I have done 12. Sir, what is the chance that I will get called from digital? What is the chance I'll get from prime? So these are expected cutoff only. TCS will never ever define that these are the cutoff. And if you have done something, you'll be getting this call, you'll be getting that call. So that will never happen. So please don't keep that in mind. And please prepare hard for the next examination. Once again, before I go, I want to tell you, friends, okay, before I go, I want to tell you, see, this TCS NQT crash course, direct questions are where they are in the examination from this crash course. And friends, if you don't want to regret later, then please see this. I don't tell, yaar, students only tells, sir, thank you so much for your help, sir. Most of the questions were from the TCS NQT crash course. Very good afternoon once again, all of you. And today's session is going to be very, very interesting for all of you. Trust me. So you will definitely enjoy a lot at the end of the session, and all the questions, right, so are of TCS level. Okay, so you will be definitely going to solve the similar level of the question. Okay, now let us start with question number 1 without wasting our time, and the timer starts now. So the question number 1 is a question from coding and decoding. So in a certain code language, Sage is coded as -8, right? Taps is coded as 0. What is the code for verb in that code language? So let me know what is the answer, and let's see who is able to solve. So in a certain code language, Sage is coded as -8, Taps is coded as 0. Then what is the code for verb in that code language? You have another 30 seconds to solve. Option D. Somebody has given option D. What about others? Guys, everyone please try to solve. Think that this is actual TCS exam which is happening here. Right? So tell me the answer fast, quickly. Another 8 seconds. So in a certain code language, Sage is coded as -8, Taps is coded as 0. What is the code for verb in that code language? Now, so I am going to solve. 1 minute is over, right? Okay. So why that option is not coming? Just a minute. Yeah, now it is there. So in a certain code language, Sage is coded as -8, right? So friends, always this kind of question, no, the first thing which you have to write the position of the letter, and you should be very very careful, or you should know the tricks how you can write the code for that particular alphabets, right? So S code is 19. So you see S is right like this. Now if you close this, then it will be 9. So S is nothing but 19. A is 1. What is the code for G? So G. So G looks like 7. If you'll try to see here, G looks like 7. So 7 here. E. E is nothing but 5, right? So EJOT. So that trick I will teach you in the TCS crash course. EJOT. E is 5. J is 10. O is 15. T is 20. And Y is 20, 25, right? 25. Now, so it is coded as -8. So what basically is happening, that we will try to understand. So 19 plus 1 is 20 and 7 plus 5 is 12, right? So basically this from 12 they are subtracting 20, so we are getting -8. So this is a different kind of question, and TCS level will be always like that only. So we have to solve only TCS level of question so that you will be able to score more in examination. Kindly like the session if you feel that this is going to be useful. Now T20, right? So T20 match. A is the first letter, B is the second letter, S. So if you close this, S looks like 9, so 19. Now what you have to do? So 19 plus 2 is 21 and 21 minus 21 is 0. And then they have asked you the code for the word verb, okay? So V. So we have 2 points here. So V is 22, E is 5, R. So R looks like this, 18, right? 8. So R is 18 and B is second letter. Now combine this two, combine this two. So 20 minus 18 plus 2 is 20 and 22 plus 5 is 27. That means -7 will be the correct answer, option B. And only Souvik had given the correct answer, right? Only Souvik had given the correct answer. So now I think it should be clear for everyone. Please let me know in the comment section if it is clear for everyone, and then only we will move to the next problem, right? Because I wanted you to understand each and every one. I wanted you to understand each and every problem, right? And the level of the question is very very good. -7, that means option B is the correct answer for this particular problem. And if you understand, then please do like it, okay? So this is the basically the positions of the alphabet. So A is the first alphabet, B is the second alphabet, C is the third alphabet, D is the fourth alphabet, right? And Z is the 26th alphabet. But in the exam, you should know the trick that how you are going to keep this thing in mind. That is very very important, okay? So all these questions should be done in the 30 seconds, right? Okay. Now, yes, these classes will be uploaded on channel. Don't worry, Mihir. Okay. Verb. So what is the position for V? So somebody is asking to explain once again. So please see. So what is the position of V? V is 22, E is 5, R position is 18 and B position is 2. Now combine these two, combine these two. So 18 plus 2 and then subtract 22 plus 5, 22 plus 5. So 20 minus 27, it will be -7, right? So that's how we got the code for, that's why we got the code for -7, because Sage is coded as -8. Because Sage is coded as -8, so we were trying to find out the logic. So definitely we have to subtract from right to left, right? So first right most combination and then minus left most combination. That's the reason we are getting the minus value, right? So is it clear? Okay, is it clear to everyone? Is it clear to everyone, my dear friends? So type this alphabet numbers chart for the reasoning to understand the code. Okay. Now question number 2. So in a certain code language, virtue is written as BNX, right? Then they are asking you what will be the code for ominous, right? Okay. Now I will give you 1 minute of the time. So let us start now. Okay. So we have another 1 minute to solve, please. Very good, thank you. Please do like the session. So please do like the session if you think that you are able to understand. Okay. Now, fine.
So, sir, TCS crash course is helpful for TCS NQT paid exam. Yes, TCS crash course is helpful for any examination which you are going to write. Now, so in a certain code language, virtue is written as DBZBNX. How will ominous be written in that language? Okay. So somebody is telling option V, very good. So we have to find out, right? So we have to find out what is the logic. Sindhura is telling option B, Priyadarshini is telling option B. We will see what is the correct answer. Okay, now your time is almost done. Your time is up, right? Fine, no issues. So let us see other people why you have not done. Okay, so the first thing is you need to know, right? Or you need to learn the code, right? The position of the alphabet. So V, you see how many points are there? 2, so 22. D is what? Fourth. A B C D. I, so I looks like 9. Okay, I looks like 9, so this is 9. B is 2. R, if you close this, it will become 8, so R is 18. Z is the last letter, 26. T20, right? T20 match. B is the second letter. U, under 21. If you are under 21, solve this question. N, November 14th, Children's Day, 14th. E, Joti, E is the fifth letter. X, so X is having 4 points, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this will be 24, right? So one by one, you please try to understand. Okay, fine. Now, if we'll see, so V, so what is the so V, 22, right? So 22, how much you will add? So 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 and 4, 8. So if you add 8 here, you will be getting D. Okay, I. So I 9 to 2, that means you are subtracting 7. Let us try to understand the logic here. R, 18 plus 8 is 26. T, so 20 plus 6, 26 plus 2 plus 8. U, so 21 minus 17, 7 is 14. E, so 5 and 5, E is 5 and X is 24, right? So 5 minus 7, 5 minus 7 will be nothing but 24. Now, so here what you have to understand is, so if you have any consonant, right? So consonant, so if you have any consonant, then you are going to do plus 8, and if you have any vowels, then you are going to do minus 7. Okay, now, so O is what? O is 15, Ijoti. M is what? 13. Now if you have any vowels, then you have to subtract 7. So 15 minus 7 will be 8. 8 is nothing but H. 8 is nothing but H. And then we have consonant. So M, consonant, if there is a consonant, add plus 8. So 13 plus 8 will be 21. 21 is U. So your answer will be HU, right? So HU. So you do not have to calculate everything. You need to see the options, right? So you need to see the options and then you have to solve it, right? So only 2 letters is giving you the answer. So no need to calculate for all those things. But the logic is quite impressive here. So if you have any consonant, then what you have to do? Then you have to add plus 8. And if you have any vowels, then you have to add minus, then you have to basically do minus 7. Now please let me know if it is clear for everyone. Okay, please tell me if this question is clear to you. So please tell me if this question is clear to you, and then we can start with the new problem, right? So everyone, can you please like the session? Can you please like the session? We are really putting a lot of effort and I wanted you to write. So at least like the session so that we will understand you guys are liking the classes. Now, so question number 3, and your time starts now. So there are 5 rods K, L, M, N and O. The weight of O is twice L. The weight of L is equals to the weights of K and M together. The weight of M is twice the weight of K. The weight of N is 3 times the weight of M. If the weight of 9 is 90 kg, what will be the weight of O, right? So thank you guys for liking the session, and definitely it motivates a lot to bring more and more session for you guys. And trust me, whatever we are doing TCS level question. So definitely after your exam you will realize that online study for you had put a lot of effort. Kumar Aditya, very good afternoon sir. All of you, see, you all of you are definitely giving me a lot of energy, and that's the reason I'm able to speak for longer duration of the time. Okay, now, so there are 5 rods K, L, M, N, O, the weight of O. So I did not get any answer in 1 minute. Okay, fine. So there are 5 rods K, L, M, N, and O. Now they are telling the weight of O is twice the weight of L. The weight of L is equals to weight of K plus M. Okay, no problem. And the weight of M is twice the weight of K. Okay, and the weight of N is 3 times the weight of M. No problem. Okay, if the weight of N is 90 kg, right? So let us take equation 4. So N is equals to 3M, and they are telling weight of N is 90 kg. So N is 90 is equals to 3M. So this is 30 times. That means we got M is equals to 30. Okay, fine. Now, so now again put the value of M in equation 3. So M is equals to 2K. M is 30 here is equals to 2K. So K will be equal to 30 by 2, 15. So we got the value of K is equals to 15, right? Okay. I hope it is clear till here. Now let's see. L is equals to K plus M. So we have M and we have K. So L will be equal to 30 plus 15, which is nothing but 45. And then they are asking, so what will be the weight of O? So weight of O will be 2L. So it is 2 into 45. That is nothing but 90, right? So friends, in exam, no, you don't have to get afraid by seeing the question. Like what they have, see, most of the students know, they will read the question twice, thrice, and they will get confused. Whatever question it is, please try to attempt and practice it before the examination, right? So before your exam you have to practice. Please let me know in the comment section if it is clear. So very good, Souvik, Utkarsh, Aritik, Arpita, Priyadarshan, Shindura, Utkarsh, Arika Pandey, Kumaraditya. Very good, guys. So see, you guys are able to solve. It's not like you are not able to solve. Balaji, Jani, Priyadarshan, right? So all of you have done it correctly. Okay, that's good, that's good. Okay, so I hope you are able to understand. Please let me know if it is clear to you, then we can move to the next question. So Nitish Raj is telling, watching this while traveling in bus, so your journey will be wonderful. So a very happy journey, Nitish. So definitely your journey will be wonderful. Okay, now let us start with the timer. So what is the odd term, right? So what is the odd term in the following series? We have CMQ, FPT, JTX, OIC, and UFI. Okay, fine. So coding classes, Neetu. So coding classes, no, your basics should be clear because coding is of little high level. And okay, Neetu. So what you were telling? So the aptitude classes are not good. So Neetu is telling verbal ability class was good. Verbal ability class was good. So Neetu, aptitude classes are not good. So aptitude reasoning classes are not good, Neetu. But see, that is for paid group. Sai Charan Reddy. So that is for WhatsApp group is for paid members. It's not for like TCS crash course. So that is paid group. Okay, now. So which is the odd term in the following series? And your time is up now. Somebody is telling option C, right? Option C. What about other people? So what about other people? What is the answer? CMQ, FPT, JTX, OIC, UFI. And Neetu, today also we have a coding class by Nitin sir, right? So today also we have a coding class by Nitin sir. So please attend today's session. And today we are going to solve the codes in both C++ and Java. And the timing will be 8 p.m. right? So here you can go and check out. So the live sessions which is going to happen. So today also we have coding class, TCS coding class by Nitin sir, and C++ and Java code will be there based on the latest pattern. So you see if you are able to understand today or not. Okay, now, so now again what you do, you write the alphabetical position. So C is 3, M is 13, okay, M is 13, PQ P is 17. Okay, see M, if you'll write M like this, if you'll write M like this, it will be 3, 13. Q, so prince, if prince is 16, then queen will be 17. That's how you have to remember. F is fix, fix means 6, so F will be 6, P will be prince 16, T 20, J EJOTY 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So J will be, so J will be 10 here. Okay, J will be 10 here, T will be 20, and X will be 22, right? Okay, O, so EJOT, O will be 15, and Y will be 25, and C will be 3. U under 21, F fix 6, I 9. Okay, so first write out the position of the alphabet, and after that you try to visualize, you will be able to understand. So now this, if you will see, this is 10 and this is 4, this is 10 and this is 4, this is 10, sorry, X is 24, I'm sorry, so this is 4, and then this is 10, 25, this is 4. But here if you'll see, 21 plus 5 is 26, 5 plus 6 11, this is 11, and this is 3. So now you know who is the culprit. So the culprit is UFI. So the culprit is UFI, right? So the culprit is UFI. So your answer will be option D, right? So this course is useful for all other company. Yes, this course is useful for all the company examination, not only for this, right? So is it clear for everyone? The answer will be option D. Now if you understood, please comment below fast. Please comment below fast so we can move to the next problem. And if you have any doubt, please ask. And are you liking the video? See, nobody likes the video here. Can you please like the video? Nobody likes the video. See, we are putting so much of effort in organizing the session for you. If you are understanding, please do like a video. If you're not understanding, ask me. Sir, can you please repeat? Sir, from where this 11 came? From where this 4 came? From where this 9 came? So all these questions you can ask, right? So this is a wonderful question which I am going to give it to you. And let us set the timer here. So let me set the timer and then see how many of you are able to solve. So this is a very good question. And this is a question which was asked in TCS examination, right? Okay. So your timer starts now. Okay. So among 5 objects, P, Q, R, S and T, right? So among 5 objects, P, Q, R, S and T, R is twice as heavy as T. Okay. S is 1.5 times as heavy as Q. Q and R together weighs as much as S and T together. P and S together are 1.5 times as heavy as Q and S together, Q and T together. Which among the 5 is heaviest of all? A wonderful question. Please try it out. Okay. Thanks, Harshal. Thanks a lot, man. So Harshal said, sir, I like all your videos. So thanks a lot. Okay. See, basically, if you like the video, if you comment, we think that you are enjoying the session, you like the session, and based on that, we continue more and more sessions, right? Okay. Now, so let us see how can we solve this. Question number 5. And please watch the session till the end, because we are going to solve some question based on cubes, right? Where a lot of confusion will be there for the student. Okay. So I want you to solve the watch the video till the end. Among 5 objects, P, Q, R, S and T, R is twice as heavy as T. Okay. So R is twice as heavy as T. This is my equation 1. Okay. Now, so Arpita has given some answer. S is 1.5 times. So S is 1.5 times as heavy as Q. This is my equation 2. Q and R together weighs as much as S plus T. This is my equation 3. And then P plus S together are 1.5 times as heavy as Q plus T together. See, these are the actual question which will be asked in your TCS exam. See, I cannot give you the simple question and I will tell you that you will crack TCS. No. You are a teacher only if you understand the pattern and you solve question so that a student clear the exam, not to get the views and not to get the, like a student will tell, very good sir, very good, I am enjoying the session. No. You will have to deal with all kind of questions. Fine. Okay. So what we will do here, the first thing P plus S. Okay, now. So Q plus R. So you see Q plus R is what? Let us take equation 3. So we will consider equation 3. So Q plus R is 2T. R is 2T. Okay, fine. Is equals to S plus T. So S is 1.5 Q and plus T, right? Okay. Now, so T will be equal to, right? So T will be equal to zero point 0.5 of Q. Okay. 0.5 is nothing but 1 by 2 of Q. So Q will be equal to 2T. Q will be equal to 2T. Now, if you put in equation 2, so S is equals to 1.5 into Q. Q is 2T. So S will be equal to 3T. So I will write down here Q is equals to 2T, R is equals to 2T, and S is equals to 3T. So now we know that S is the heaviest one till now. Okay. Now we have to establish one more relation with P and S. Okay. So P plus S. S is equals to what? 3T. So P plus S 3T is equals to 1.5 into Q. Q is what? Q is 2T. Now we have taken equation 4. So Q is equals to 2T plus T. So this will become P plus 3T will be equal to, so 1.5 into 2 plus 1 3T. So P plus 3T will be equal to 4.5T. So P will be equal to 4 minus 3, that is nothing but 1.5T. So P is nothing but equal to 1.5T, right? Now, can you tell me who is heaviest? So definitely S is heaviest, right? Because S is, see, if T is 10, suppose if T is 10, then Q will be what? 20, R will be what? 20, T will be what? 30, and P will be what? 15. So who is the heaviest? So S is the heaviest one, and none of you have given the correct answer. And definitely this was a wonderful question which was asked in the, right? So which was asked in the examination, right? So definitely S, right? So definitely S is the heaviest. S is the heaviest one, and this was what was asked in this particular question, right? Is it clear for everyone? VE, RB, RB, VE. How to find out, sir? What is the meaning of that? Is it clear for everyone? Please comment that yes, sir, it is clear for everyone, and I can move ahead with the next problem. So please let me know if it is clear for everyone. Yes, for everyone, please comment. It is a wonderful question, but takes more than a minute. No, it doesn't take more than a minute. See, it doesn't take more than a minute. See, please try to understand. I have to explain you here, right? See, if I directly write something, you will not be able to understand. So I am taking more than a minute, but you will not take more than a minute when you are solving the problem. You don't have to explain to someone. Please try to understand. You don't have to explain to someone. You have to only explain to yourself. See, somebody is telling, please explain once more. Okay, I will explain once more. See, in the question what they are telling, r is twice as heavy as T. I have written equation 1. S is 1.5 times of 1.5 times means 1.5 times. Okay, 1.5 times. So I have written 1.5 times as Q. Q and R together is equals to S and T, equation 3, and P plus S together R. 1.5 is nothing but 1.5 into Q plus T, right? So this is my equation 4. So what I have done, all these 4 lines, all these 4 statements, I have written in terms of the equation. Till here, no one should have any doubt. Only one thing, 1.5 times is nothing but 1.5, or you can also write 3 by 2. 1.5, that means 1.5, or 2 1 ja 2 plus 1 3 by 2. So basics should be clear. Just your basics should be clear. That's all. Thanks a lot, Neetu. Your class is always amazing. So thanks. It's all because of you guys. Now, next what I did, if you'll try to understand, so I considered equation 3. So in equation 3, I am going to put r is equals to 2t. So in equation 3, I am going to put r is equals to 2t. So Q plus R is 2T is equals to S. S is 1.5 Q plus T, because now I wanted to establish a relation between Q and T. So 2T minus 1.5 T is 0.5 Q, right? So see, 1.5 Q minus Q, 0.5 Q, and 2T minus T is equals to T. 0.5 is 1 by 2, so Q will be equal to 2T. I hope this will be clear till here, okay? Now, very good. Now, next is, let us take equation 4. So P plus S, the value of S is nothing but 1.5 cube and Q is 2T. So Q value I have put here 2T. So S is equals to 3T. So P plus 3T. So S is equals to 3T I have put is equals to 1.5 into Q plus T. Q is 2T plus T. So 2T plus T is 3T. 1.5 into 3T. So P plus 3T is equals to 4.5T. P will be equal to 1.5T. So P is equals to 1.5T, and then S is equals to 3T, and then Q is equals to 2T, and R is equals to 2T. Now you can assume any value of T. So T I assumed 10, so Q is 20, R is 20, S is 30, P is 15. Which is heavier? S. S is heavier, so S is our answer. Now how many people asked? Explains once more. Is it clear for you? Is it clear for all of you? Sir, you told put R is equals to 2T in 3, but you have done in 4. R is equals to, I have, see, in third I have put no R is equals to 2T. Bhai, where is, who is that? Balaji. See, this is my equation third. Equation third is Q plus R. Q. R is what? 2T. So I have put 2T. S. S is 1.5 Q plus T. Balaji, please see, sir, as S is 1 by 2 of Q means 1 by 2. It's not 1 by 2, 1.5. There is a difference between, see, there is a difference between half and 1 and half. Half is 1 by 2 and 1 and half is 3 by 2. That is 1.5, right? These are basic things which you have to understand. Q is heavier, Q is not heavier. Q is equals to 2T and S is equals to 3T. So definitely S will be heavier, right? Rizu, Q is heavier than S. How Q will be heavier than S? I have told you with the data. See, if you are commenting something, where is the data? Right? So all the data is there on the screen. You have to go and see. Clear? Now, let's start with this particular question. So this is a direction sense test. Okay. This is a direction sense test. So P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W and X are 9 industries. R is 2 kilometer, right? So R is 2 kilometer east of Q. P is 1 kilometer to the north of Q. Okay. B is 1 kilometer to the west of Q, while S is 3 kilometer to the east of Q. U is 2 kilometer to the north of V. X is situated exactly between Q and R, while T is exactly between W and S. So what is the distance between P and Q? So now let us see how many of you are able to solve it. Come on. Please keep liking the video, my dear friends. So please do like the video so that we can plan more and more session for you. So if you want us to conduct more reasoning session, more aptitude session, more coding or any session, then definitely please like the video and comment. We will have more session. Anyway, so now any question of direction if you want to solve, first make this basic diagram. So N, E, S and W. So this is the basic diagram of your direction. So this is the basic diagram of your direction. Clear? Okay. Now, so P, Q, R, S, T are 9 industries. R is 2 kilometer to the east of Q. So let us suppose Q is here. Okay. So 2 kilometer. So 2 kilometer east. East is in this direction. So 2 kilometer Q is here at this point, and R is 2 kilometer. R is here, and this distance is 2 kilometer. Clear? Okay, fine, no problem. Then P is 1 kilometer to the north of Q. So Q is here, north is upper, right? So north is upside. So north is upside. So now P is 1 kilometer. So we'll go up 1 kilometer. And this is nothing but P. P is 1 kilometer. So write down 1 kilometer. Done. Then W is 2 kilometer to the south of P. So P is here and south is where down. South is where down. So W is 2 kilometer from point P. So this is 1 kilometer and we will go 1 kilometer more down. So this will be my W, right? And W is total 2 kilometer. So 1 kilometer this side and 1 kilometer this side. Okay, done. Then V is 1 kilometer to the west of W. So V is 1 kilometer to the west of W. The west is this direction. Where is W? So W is here, right? Okay. Now they're telling V is 1 kilometer to the west. So V will come here, right? So V will be suppose here and this is nothing but 1 kilometer. Done. And then while S is 3 kilometer to the east of V. So V is where? V is here and S is 3 kilometer, okay, from the east of V. So east is in this direction. So now I will again take another pen. So this is my 3 kilometer. So 1 kilometer and plus 2 kilometer. So S will come here and this particular distance will be 2 kilometer because total is 3. So 1 plus 2 will be 3 kilometer, right? Okay, done. Fine. And then what they are telling, U is 2 kilometer to the north of V. So U is 2 kilometer. So U is 2 kilometer from the north of V. So this is where U. Okay, fine. Now I will not go next and check. Now they're asking, so what is the distance between P and U? So U is here and P is here. And this particular distance is 1 kilometer. So my answer will become 1 kilometer. Very interesting questions from direction and definitely you will enjoy solving this particular problem. Just keep this basic direction diagram. It will never change. It will never change, my dear friends. It will never change. So just keep this diagram in your mind and then you will be able to solve any question of direction sense test. Now if it is clear then please comment below. So please comment below that yes sir it is clear and also do like the video if it is clear for everyone. And if you have any doubt please ask, sir how did you do that? Why we did not do like this, right? So the concept should be very clear so that tomorrow if any question comes, okay, then you will be easily able to solve. Easy question for me. I got that right diagram. Very good, Priyadarshan. So if we are able to solve this question means your direction topic is clear. Is it clear for everyone? Please comment and then we can start with the next problem. Okay. Now, so a problem from the topic syllogism. Okay. So a problem from the topic syllogism. So please try. Your time starts now. Very good if it is clear. Interesting question. So two statements are followed by two conclusions numbered 1 and 2. You have to consider this statement to be true. Even if this seems to be at a variance with commonly known facts, decide which of the given conclusions logically follow or follows from the given statement. A simple question from the topic direction. So Dhanesh, what you can do? You can watch this session again, okay? So instead of I go and explain once again, if you watch the session once again, right? After we complete it, then it will be clear to you. You will be able to understand it, okay? Now, so two statements are followed by two conclusions, numbered 1 and 2. You have to consider this statement to be true. So your time is up and I am not finding any answer from anyone. Very simple question. Can you please let me know the answer? A very simple question, option C. Somebody is telling option C. Souvik Das, Kumar Aditya. Option C. Okay. Option C. So all liquids are water. So all the liquids which we have, right? All the liquids which we have is water. All the liquids which we have are water. Okay. All the liquids are water. And some solids are liquid. And some solids are liquid. And some solids are liquid. Fine. Okay. Now the question they are asking, so some water is solid. So yes, some part of water and some part of solid are crossing each other, right? So conclusion one is true. Okay. Now, so Rohit and then Gagna, Bhargavi, no, Sindura, right? Priyadarshan, okay. So all of you have given the correct answer. Balaji, Arika Pandey, okay, Ankan, okay, Kumaraditya, Shovik. So all of you have given the correct answer. Option D is wrong. Now let us see. Some water is not liquid. So friends, from this diagram you can say, right? So if they are telling you all liquid are water. So if they are telling you all liquid are water, right? So if they are telling you all liquid are water, then you can say some liquid are water, right? So then some liquid are water, and you can also say some water are liquid, some water are liquid, okay? But when you have some positive statement already with you, then you cannot conclude any negative statement, right? See, your negative statement will come only for the possibility. In case of positive statement which is 100% true, negative statement will not come in picture. So if you say all A are B, please keep always in mind, if you say all A are B, then you can say some A are B, and you can also say some B are A, and you can also say some B are A. Only this you can say. You cannot say any negative conclusion. Is it clear for everyone? If it is clear, then please let me in the comment section. And also you need to know the basics of every topic, right? And blood relation question, we will start doing it. Okay, question number 8. So in a certain code, if A minus B, A is wife of B, A divided by B means A is brother of B, right? So I will write it like this, okay, so that you will be able to understand. So A minus B means A is wife of B, A divided by B means A is brother of B, okay, and A by this, and then this, okay. Okay, now fine. So now let us see. So now you will be able to understand and do fine. Okay, so please solve it now. So in a certain code, if A minus B is A is wife of B, A slash B you can say means A is brother of B, A plus B means A is daughter of B, A cross B means A is son of B, then which of the following expressions represent that D is the father of B, right? So this question you have to do it little smartly. Please don't solve however you want, right? So don't solve however you want. So this question we have to solve it little smartly. Now, so which of the following expressions represent that D is father of B? D is father means D will be male, right? So basically they are asking which of the diagram will tell you like this, that D is the father of B. Now, so if you see A, right? So if you see A, then D plus I. So D plus I means D is daughter. That means D will become female. So this is option A cannot be your answer. Then if you'll see option D, then D plus. D plus means D is daughter. D will become female. So option A and option D is eliminated. Now option B. So B cross D. B cross D means B is the son of D. B is the son of D. D slash, right, forward slash K means D is brother of K. That means D is brother of K, right? So from here you can clearly say that D is father of B, and that is what you wanted. So option B will become the correct answer, right? So first you need to learn how you can eliminate the options. Once you learn how we can eliminate the options, then with the remaining options, it will be very easy for you to solve the question. So option B is the correct answer for the question number 8. If it is clear to you, please comment below that yes sir, I don't have any doubt, it is clear for me. You can move ahead with the next problem, and also don't forget to like the session so that I can arrange more and more session like this for you all. Okay, fine. So please let me know if it is clear for everyone. Okay, now after that question number 9. So if it is clear to you, then we can solve question number 9. Okay, so somebody is asking some question. Okay, so let me see. Just a minute, I'm unable to see the chats. Okay, fine. Now question number 9. So anyway, let us start with the timer and then see. Okay, sir, not B. You have written two B's in the diagram. So you have written two B's in the diagram. Sorry, this is K. This is K. I'm sorry. So this is K. So D is the brother of K. I'm sorry. So this was a K here. So okay, sir. But you have written to be, yeah, so this is K. D is the brother of K. So there is a small mistake. That is understood, man. So that is not a problem. That is understood. Okay. Now, so let us move to the next problem and let us try to solve here. Sir, statement and conclusion. See, everything will be taken in the today evening at 7 p.m. I have a class in the TCS crash course. So there I will be covering Bires. So there I will be covering statement conclusion. Okay. So see those, if one person is not able to understand, you can watch the video later once more and then you will get the clarity. Now six different figures are drawn as shown in the figure. A paper is folded as shown in the figures to form a cube. What is the figure opposite to two circles? So now they're asking what is the figure which is opposite to this, right? So friends, basically this is a open, right? So this is an open cube, right? So there will be two kind of questions basically will be there in the cube. So there will be an open cube and there will be a closed cube, right? So this is a question from the open cube, right? So this is a question from open cube. Now in open cube, friends, what will happen? So just try to understand. So in open cube, what will happen? So always the opposite will be after a gap of this. So if you have x and if you have y, then the opposite letter of x will be nothing but after a gap. Okay. Now, so if we have like this, a, b, y. So what will be opposite of a? So opposite of a will be y. Okay. So in a open cube, basically, right? So you will have to, this will be opposite letter will be nothing but the alternate one. So a paper is folded at shown in the figure to form a cube. What is the figure opposite to two circles? So two circles is this. So the opposite of two circle will be nothing but this one. So option A will become the correct answer, right? If they ask you what is the opposite of this rectangle, right? So then you have to look at after one gap. So this will be the opposite basically figure, right? If they will ask you what is the opposite of this single circle, so it will be nothing but triangle. So this is what you have to understand when you have a open cube, not a closed one, right? Okay. Next question, question number 10. So which of the following cube in the answer figure cannot be made based on the unfolded cube in a question figure, right? So when you unfold a cube, right, then what figure you will, we cannot get it here, right? So that you need to understand now. Okay, now I will tell you the simple logic for this. Now I will tell you the simple logic for this. See, this is nothing but closed one. So you forget about, now you forget, see, closed cube is this, that we will discuss later. Okay, so I'm not, see, we are having this, see, from basics I cannot teach, right? So if you want to understand each and everything from the basics, then you will have to join this TCS crash course, right? So there everything from the basics will be taught to you, so don't worry. So this is a closed one and this is an open cube, right? Okay, so you don't use your mind much. Now it is open. So what you have to understand is, so what you have to understand is that opposite means it will be after a gap. Okay, and one more concept you need to understand is, so when you have a open cube, right, and opposite figure cannot be adjacent, right? So opposite figure cannot be adjacent to each other. That means you please try to understand. Let us go back and see here. So now from this we cannot get a cube. So from this we cannot get a cube like this, right? So from this we cannot get a cube like this where this opposite one, no, where opposite one will be there. No, opposite one cannot be adjacent in a closed cube, right? So please try to understand. So opposite figure cannot be adjacent in a closed figure. Now if you'll see the first diagram, then we have this plus sign, right? And plus and circle will be what? Opposite to each other. Plus and circle will be what? Opposite to each other. So we cannot have a adjacent, right? So we cannot have adjacent opposite faces in a closed cube. Now here if you'll see, so star and circle, double circle and plus. So this you can form, and then circle and this. So this is not opposite, you can form. Then circle, circle, and then okay, so this you cannot form, right? So option A, which you are not able to form, and that will become your correct answer, right? Okay, fine. Now friends, what you can do, so you can see here, right? So this is again here, so this is not opposite, so you will be able to form. Okay, fine. Now okay, till then please take care, all the very best. Okay, fine, bye bye, see you later in the next session, and please let me know if the session was useful, and also don't forget to comment, friends. So question number 11, you please try to solve it and let me know your answer in the comment box. Okay, so let me know your answer in the comment box, and definitely in the next session of reasoning or next session of aptitude, we will be telling you here itself.
Okay, so hi everyone, welcome to the class and good evening to all. So basically in this today's class, what we are going to do? In this today's class, we are going to learn how to take input in different languages like in Java, C++ and Python. All three languages I am going to cover. Based upon the feedback from the student that we got, they are facing lots of issues regarding the checking the input. That's why we are making this particular video, okay, based upon the feedback of the students. Okay, so without doing any further delay, let's get started. So basically in this today's video, what we are going to cover is, so the agenda of today's videos is array size is given. I am discussing the different cases, different scenarios in which we have to take the input. If array size is given, then we already know how to take input. I will show you fast. And using dynamic array, how can we take input? How can we store the values, elements in the dynamic array? And if, this is the most important, if the array size is not given, in that case, how can we take input, right? So we have to take care that. And in this case, if array size is not given, there are two cases. In how ways, like in which manner I have to take, space separated input I have to take, or comma separated input I have to take. Okay, I will be discussing both. And there are some special cases. Suppose for Java users, if scanner is not working, then what will you do? Okay, and then like scanner is not working, because I am getting a lot of feedback from the student that scanner was not working, right? So that's why I'm going to discuss it, and many more cases I will be discussing in this particular video. Okay, fine. Okay, the first thing is, if size of array is given, then how can you code it? See, it's pretty simple, I will not take more time on this. In Java, how can you write? The first line you should write scanner sc new scanner system.it, scanner class you have to define. Then this is the line for taking the length of the array, okay, because this is the case when size of array is given. Okay, and here I am creating a new array of the size n. Then using this for loop, I am taking the input, like all the elements of the given array. So at every index, I am storing the elements. Sc is nothing but a reference variable of the scanner class dot next int. Fine. And simply in this following line, we are printing the our arrays elements with some spaces. Fine. It's pretty simple. This is the Java. Similar to the C++ code. See, for C++ user, here we have defined the data type, like n is the size, taking n as input and creating an array of the size n, taking the input into the array. Fine. And here printing the array with some spaces. Simple. Okay, move ahead. This is Python code. For Python users, the same thing, taking n, then array creating, and then and then printing the array elements. Hope you know it, right? Fine. Now this was all about this when array size was given, but in that case we are creating the static array, but here we are going to create the dynamic array. Okay, if you are creating dynamic array, then how can you take the input? That we are going to discuss. This is the particular Java code. You can practice it. I have attached a screenshot, right? You can write on any online compiler, you will get it for your practice purpose. So here scanner class, same thing, taking n as input, like number of elements, how many number of elements, size of array, basically how many elements you want to store. Okay, and this is array list we have created. This is dynamic array. Fine. Okay, so this is dynamic array. Okay, dynamic array. Okay, so this for loop is responsible for adding the element in our list. Okay, in our list, list is nothing but dynamic array list. So here we are adding the elements. List dot add is method to add the element. Whatever the user will enter, it will be adding in the list. Fine. And here we are simply printing using the simple for loop. Okay, int I is equal to 0, I less than n, and printing the, how can we print? How can we get the element from the list? There is method list dot get method. Okay, and passing the I value, 0 index, first index, it will be printing with some spaces. So this is basically a simple for loop to print. And this line I have added just for the line changing. If you want to change the line, then you can use this particular line to change the line. Okay, in Java. And this for loop is same thing, to printing the element, just I have added, because suppose you want to use enhanced for loop. Okay, enhanced for loop, then in that case you can do it like this. Okay, for each loop, basically data type, here any variable you can write, and where you want to traverse on the list. So simply I am just printing every element one by one. Simple. Let's move ahead. This is the Java code using dynamic array. See this. This is C++ code. Size of the array is given, and we are going to use dynamic array. We already know in C++ we create vector, right, to store the elements. So it's simple way, n variable taking as input, and this is for loop, take the elements to store into the vector. So whatever the value will be entered by the user, it will store in x variable, and x I am going to store into this our list. Okay, list is nothing but vector in this case. Fine. In C++, you already know pushback method is used to store to add the element into the vector in C++. Fine. So here we used for loop to print the basically elements of the our vector. Okay, it's a simple for loop, and here I have added this line, just in the L, you can, for changing the line basically. And this for loop is enhanced for loop. Okay, how to print using enhanced for loop. You can use any other, either this or this, as your wish. Okay, this is C++. And this is for Python users. I have added the screenshot. Okay, this is code snippet for the Python code. Okay, for Python users, in the simple way, creating list, and then printing the elements. This is used for changing the line. Then this is printing the elements for enhanced, using enhanced for loop. Simple for the Python user. Okay, so let's move ahead. Now this is most important case. If the size of the array is not given, okay, listen carefully. If the size of the array is not given, then how can we check input? So we will take input as a string. Listen, we will take input as a string. Okay, as a string. Now, okay, so in string, how, like in which manner I have to take? So there are two ways. You can take string manner input, but taking space separated values or taking comma separated values. We have to take care about it, right? So I am going to discuss. You are taking input as a string, okay, but containing the elements 1, 2, 3 like numbers, but taking the space separated value. Okay, means I am going to take the str like this, string, but space separated. Suppose 1, then space, 2, then space, then 3, like this. Okay, fine. How can we check? Just see this. define scanner class. Then the same way we generally take the input string str sc dot next line. Next line. If you will not write line, then it will not take the space. Okay, if you are writing like this, str is equal to sc dot next. So it will not read the space. Fine. So we have to use sc dot next line. Okay. So suppose I have entered like this. Okay. So then after our motto is to access each and every number. How can I access? So what we will do, this is particular string. I am going to divide into strings array. Listen carefully. Strings array, array of strings. How? See, space separated, these are the values are space separated, right? So I am going to split. I am going to split this str string. How? On the basis of space. Okay. So this line, just see this string nums. I am creating array of strings like this. This is nums, arrays of strings. So basically here it will be one string, it will be one string here, one string here, one string here, like this. So basically arrays of strings. I'm saying I think reverse. So strings of array. Okay. So I've created array of strings. Fine. So in nums a variable. Fine. So it will split the given string on the basis of spaces. So basically here nums is storing 1 like this. Just imagine we have this input. So 1 will be here as a string, So 2 will be here, 3 will be here, 4 will be here, like this. Okay. So you can assume as str is like this. 1 space 2 space 3 space 4, like this. So this is our input. So right now we have created nums array of strings like this. Okay. Now we have created array list to store these particular values after converting into the integer, because these are strings right now. Fine. So that's why I have defined array list of integers. Fine. And the name I have given list. Fine. Okay. So what we have to do, I have created list. Now I'm going to store into this list. This is list. I'm going to store each number. See, basically this is now a string. I will convert into the integer, then I will be adding into our list. Okay. So I'm just going to traverse on this nums string array. See this string num. See, I have written num, not nums. This is nums. This is nums. Okay. On this I am traversing and I am getting one by one each strings. First I will be getting 1. So num, here this num, not as num. Okay. It will be storing 1 as a string. Okay. Now 1 I am going to convert into the integer. Okay. After converting the integer into the integer, I will be going to add into the list. Okay. The same thing. So num, this variable will be containing 1 as a string, then 2 as a string, then 3 as a string, like this. Then I am going to what to do? I am converting this string 1 into the integer. Integer dot parse int. So you have to remember this. How to convert string into the integer. So integer dot parse int, and I have passed the 1 as a string. Okay. Here this one. Now it will convert into the integer in this format, and then I am adding list dot add. So 1 will be here in integer form. Fine. So similarly 2 will be here, 3 will be here, 4 will be here, like this. So we got the list of integer. Now we can perform any action, any logic that you want to perform just by getting each and every element as integer. Got it? So here I have printed, okay, every element of the list. You can print. Fine. Just practice it. Okay. I have attached this code snippet. Okay. Practice, because practice is most important. So this is Java code. Similarly for the, this is for the, similarly this one is for taking space separated values. Same thing. Here we are splitting the given string based on the space. Listen, see here, based on the space. But now what we are going to do is, we are going to, taking the comma separated values like this. Suppose right now our string is containing like this, 1, then comma 2, then comma 3, then comma 4, like this. Okay, this is a string. I am taking input as a string with comma separated. Then how can I access each individual character but as an integer? Because we want to perform some action, we have to code it, we have to perform our logic to solve the problem, right? So in the same way, scanner class taking the input from the user as a string. Fine, string is like this, remember. Now in this case, what we are going to do, we are going to create a nums array of strings. In the same way, this is nums array of the strings, like this. Okay, so here 1 will be here as a string, 2 will be here, then 3 will be here as a string, then 4 will be here as a string. Fine, but here I am splitting the given string. Just see this clearly, splitting the given string based on the comma. Here see, comma I have written, this is comma. Based on the comma, we are separating, we are splitting the given string. So right now our nums array will look like this. Fine, after this line, the next line we have created list, because we want to store each string after converting into the integer into the list. So we have created list. Okay, you can assume like this, and then we are going to traverse onto this nums array. This is nums array, our array of string. So in each num we are getting the 1 as a string, 2 as a string, 3 as a string, 4 as a string. Then here I am converting into the integer. So this is num integer dot parse. We are converting. See, num is right now containing 1 as a string. Then we are, this num I am passing into this integer dot parse. So it will convert into the as an integer 1. Okay, then we are adding into the list. So now 1 will be here. Similarly, in the next iteration, 2 will be here, 3 will be here, 4 will be here. Now you can access the each and every element as an integer, and you can perform the operation that you want to do. Fine. In the last thing, I have printed just after traversing onto the list, this list. Fine. So this is the also Java code. Okay. So this is C++ code. In the same way, just see this. Defining string str, and in this line we are taking the input, get line C in str, taking the input as a string. So basically I am discussing the case taking space separated values. So we are taking the input from the, so you can assume like this, 1 space 2 space 3 space 4. So I am taking the string as an input, space separated input. Okay, fine. So in this line I have taken, then I have created a vector of integer, name of the vector is list. So this line, just see this, what I'm doing here is I am using string, remember, string stream. Okay, in this string stream I have given the name of the string stream is SS. You can give anything, and in this string stream I have passed this input. I have passed this input str. Fine, I have passed. Then what will happen? What I have to do? I have to split the given array string, given string on the basis of space. Okay, so here I have used while loop to to iterate on this string. So get line SS, I have passed this string stream, and the num. What is num? I have defined another string num. It will be containing, listen, it will be storing this one as a string. Okay, this one as a string. Fine. So this particular num will store initially one as a string. Okay, fine. And this line, just see this get line passing the string stream SS, then num also, num to store each and every string, 1 as a string, 2 as a string, 3 as a string, like this. And this what is this? This is space. This is space character. Okay, so on the basis of space we are going to split. Okay, so in each iteration num will contain like this. In the first iteration 1 will be containing, then 2 will be containing, then 3 will be containing as a string. Then, but I need integer. So what I will do? I will convert. So let me erase this. I will convert the given this string 1 into the integer. How can I convert in C++? There is a method s2i. Just see this s2i, string to integer. So I have passed this num. Right now it is containing 1. So it will convert into the integer. Okay. And that I am just adding into the list. Suppose we have created list. Okay. So I have added 1. So in the second iteration, num variable will contain 2 but as a string. So I am converting into the integer just by s2i method by using. So it will give you 2 as an integer. Then I am going to add list dot pushback into the list. So similarly 3 and similarly 4. Hope you got it. So you have to keep in mind that you have to use string stream and you have to pass the given string into this string stream. Okay, and also you have to create a string num, new string, to store each and every string after the splitting based upon the space separation. Fine, got it. In the last, just we are printing the list after traversing each and every element of the list. Okay, fine. So you can practice it. Okay. So this is all about the taking space separated values. Now we are going to modify only one line. What? Here we are adding only space now. So if suppose in the next slide, just see this. Now we are taking comma separated values. So means like this, str is equal to as a string 1, then comma 2, comma 3, comma 4, like this. Okay. So what we have to do? I want to extract this integer value because I have to perform some any operation. So instead of writing here space, just see this. Here we have added only comma, and the remaining code are same and similar to the Java in case of Java and also in case of C++ also. Okay, got it? All the lines are same. All the lines. Here I have added only comma. So you have to remember string is stream and creating this to access each and every element. Got it, right? Fine. So this was the case when size of array is not given. Fine now? Okay. So let's move ahead. Fine. So now so this is the Python code I have attached. Hope you got it. So in the same manner, same logic we are doing, like see this is space, taking space separated values. Size of the array is not given and we are taking space separated value. In str, in the same way that I have described just now, 1, then space 2, space 3, space 4. Okay. Fine. So in this str, it is containing like this. Then what we are doing? We are splitting based on the space. See, here space we have given. So it will be splitting based on the space. And then we are creating list and we are adding each and every string, but after converting into the integer. So here it is converting every num as an integer part. Then we are adding into our list. And basically here printing our list one by one with some space, right? Fine, got it? So this is the Python code for taking space separated values. Got it? So let's move ahead. So see, the same way size of the array is not given and we are taking comma separated values, means like this. Str is you can assume 1, then comma 2, then comma 3, then comma, then 4, like this. Okay. So we have taken the input in str, then nums array we are splitting. See here our string we are going to splitting. We are basically splitting this given str based on the comma. Here I have added comma. So it will split the given string based on the comma. Okay. And then here we have created list to add. So basically every string after splitting we have to convert into the integer part. So here we are converting the every num, that is 1 as a string, 2 as a string, into the integer. then we are appending into the list. That's it. Fine. And this is for the printing purpose. With some spaces you can print. So basically what it will be, it will print like this: 1 space 2 space 3 space 4, like this. Okay, fine, got it. Okay, so let's move ahead. Okay, now here is the another case. Listen carefully. Suppose user has entered like this: str, listen carefully, str. So size of array is not given, fine, and we are taking, comma separated values like this: 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4, like this. Okay, but with brackets means, suppose like this, curly braces. It can be any bracket, okay, like this or like this, it can be any. So if you learn about this bracket, then you can perform for this also, right? So suppose I have entered string like this. So this is a string, so double quotes. Okay, so each character, so this is 0th character, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, like this. Fine. So we have entered string like this with bracket, but we want to extract the only numbers. So we have to remove this bracket and we have to remove the commas, right? But we already know how to remove commas. Now the main task is how to remove brackets. Just listen. Scanner class to take the input. String str, we have taken the string as an input, right? Like this you have assumed. Fine. I have added input format also. You can see this or see this. Okay, fine. So we have added. So what we have to do? We have to ignore. We have to ignore this. So this is 0 index now. This is 0 index. For bracket I am saying, for bracket, and one number for this is first index. Because this is string, we have to count the bracket, space, comma, everything we have to give index. So comma is 0, 1 is 1, then comma again. So this will be 2 index, then 2, this will be third index, then comma, fourth index, then 3, fifth index, then 4, sorry, comma, sixth index, then 4, 7 index, then closing bracket, 8th index. Hope you are getting. Okay, so what we have to do? We have to ignore this bracket. How can I ignore? So basically I want to take only this from 1 to 4. So basically what we are doing? We are taking the substring part of the given string. How can I get this from here to here? So we will write string str dot substring. Hope you know about it, this function. Substring from where? From where? From the first index. This is 0 index now. 0 index, that is braces, curly braces. I have to not take, like I don't have to take it. So from first index I am taking, okay, till where? If I am writing 7, so see, if I am writing 8, so 8th index is closing curly braces. So we already know this index will not include, this is excluding index, right? Hope you know in Java, if whatever you are putting here, the index, it will not be included. So that's why I have written 8. So 8th index, that is closing braces, it will not include. Fine. If you have written 7 now, so it will remove 4. But I need 4. I don't need curly braces, closing curly braces. That's why I have written 8. So that will not be included. Fine. So basically our output for this line will be like this: 1, comma 2, comma 3, comma 4. And we already know how to take in each and every integer, because we already discussed comma separated values. How can I extract every integer part, right? So then the same way. So I have added this extra line only. So what I have checked, str, this is our string, okay, dot starts with, if our string starts with opening curly braces, so here you can modify, you can use this bracket or you can use this bracket, okay, accordingly you can modify. And our string is ending with this curly braces, then what we have to do? We have to take only this part, this substring, from here to here. Okay, that's why I've written str. Our str will become str dot substring starting from one index, this one, and going to till the last index. Last index is 8, but 8 will not be included. So till here it will be included. Fine. And the remaining things are same that we have just discussed just now. Just creating a string nums array, okay, like this. So it will be store 1, it will be store 2, it will be store third, then 4, like this. This is nums array. Arrays of strings of array, okay, arrays of string you can say. Then after creating array list, and then we are performing converting into the integer, and we are adding into the list the same manner, okay, that we have discussed just now. And this is the code for printing the array. So it will print like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got it? Simple. So in the same manner you can use for this bracket, and you can use for this bracket, okay. So you can also do for space separated. Here suppose this is space, so instead of writing here comma, you can give space. Simple. Fine. So all the cases we have discussed. Fine. In the similar manner, we have to add this. In this code, what I did, I added this particular code, this block of code, right? So in the similar manner, I am going to add in C++ code also. Okay, size of the array not given, and we have to take the comma separated values like this. Just now we have discussed 1, 2, 3, 4, like this, but with brackets. So brackets can be anyone like this. So it can be space separated also. Fine. So the same thing here, but here I have added only this line. Just checking the first character is, if opening curly braces, and in the last is closing, then you have to not include this and include this. We have to update by taking the substring. Okay. What we have to take? Only take this from here to here. Hope you know about it. Hope you know about the substring method into the C++. Fine. And the remaining things are as it is that we have discussed in the previous slides for the C++. Got it? Creating a string, creating a string num, then splitting the given array into the given string based upon the comma. So if it is space separated, then you can give here space only. Hope you are getting my point. Got it? Pretty simple. Let's move ahead. So this is for the same thing for the Java. Okay. So but simply we are added this line. Okay. So before splitting based on the comma, we are just taking the substring. Fine. And we are checking the initial index and the last index. Is it closing and opening and closing bracket? We have to not take it, right? So basically we are updating our string after removing the brackets. And then further we already know how to proceed. Got it? No doubt, right? I hope everything is fine till here. So let's move ahead. So now the special case for the Java users basically. Suppose your scanner is not working on the TCS NQT compiler. Okay, in compiler, scanner is not working. Then in that case, what will you do? Listen. So in that case, we have to use buffer reader. You have to remember, if scanner class is it's not working in compiler, so you have to use buffer reader. How? So you have to remember how to define, how to create, how to use buffer reader. So first thing you have to write buffer reader. You can give here any name. Hope it's visible. Fine. You can give any name. BR I have written. Okay. You can give any name. Then new buffer reader. Then again new input stream reader system.in. You have to remember it. You have to remember this particular syntax for Java users. Okay. If scanner is not working in that case. Fine. Okay. So the same manner, listen carefully. String word, I am taking the input string from the user. How can I take? The reference variable BR. Okay. Then dot read line. Listen carefully. Remember, read line you have to take. Okay. So user can enter. So word here I have written. You can give any name. So suppose user has entered like this. Others. Okay. This is string. Not space, not anything. So if you go to printing, you will be printing this word. So it will print basically others. See here, I have input others, so it is printing others also. Fine. But suppose I have given word as a string others with some space, then Gupta, it will take or not? Yes, it will take, no need to worry. Don't think like in Java we already studied, if I am writing sc dot next, it will take only others. If you are writing a next line, then it will read the space also. In the case of scanner it's fine, but in the case of buffer reader, it will automatic read the space, no need to worry. Okay, there is not different ways. Okay, if you are writing space, definitely it will take. If you are not writing space, and also in that case also it will be taking. Got it? Fine. Okay, if you are taking some space, given you are giving string sentence as a string, then it will read. Okay, no need to worry. Fine. Okay, so this is all about the taking the input as a string, as a with some spaces. And how can you take integer as input? So int num1 you have to define. Then you have to remember this method. Integer dot parse int. Integer dot parse int. And the same thing. Br dot read line. Br dot read line. Here we have used now. So here you have to use br dot read line for taking the input. But as an integer, you want as an integer now. So you have to use this integer dot parse int. Got it? Now you can print. So here I have written 23. So it is printing 20. Fine. The next thing, double type. So there will be different data types. Double, char, byte, long. Okay. So I have added these few. You can practice for remaining also. So you should practice with all these codes. Okay. For your betterment. See here double. So I'm taking input as a double 45.7, and then we are converting to double. Double dot parse double you have to use in this case, and here you will be printing, the num2 will print 45.7. Got it? How can you take? See, now you might be thinking, suppose str is like this. Str is string, but 1, then space, then 2, then space, 3. Right? This is a string. Nah, we have taken a string. We have taken as a string. So we got this string. Then after that we already know how to perform various operations, splitting the arrays based on the space. Just now we have discussed. Okay. A string can also like this. So we already know. The main purpose was taking the input string. So we already rectify it by using buffer reader. Got it? After taking the input string, we can already learn how to comma separated, space separated, how to extract integer. Got it, right? Fine. So this is for the Java users when the scanner will not be working. Fine. So special case I have added. See this? Special case means when you enter number in Java, basically I am saying, in C++ I will be telling you. So when you are entering number, integer, any integer, after suppose in input the first line is saying input n as an integer you have to take. Okay, in the second line you have to take a string as input. So in this case what will happen? Just see this. Okay, so basically I'm saying when you enter number in the first line, then in the second line you are taking input as a string. In that case what will happen? So let me code it, then you will see what kind of output will be getting. Just see this. So let's define a scanner class first. Scanner s is equal to new scanner, then system dot in. Fine. So I'm going to let's first import java dot util dot string. Fine. So now see this, we have to take input as integer. So int n is equal to sc dot next int. Fine, we have taken n as input. Then the question is saying, suppose to take the input as a string. Suppose let's take input as a string. String s is equal to sc dot next. Suppose line also. we are considering the space, fine. Okay, now let's print this both things. System dot out dot print our n value, then with some space I am printing as our string, fine. So let's see this output. First let's give the input. So I am going to give n, suppose 45. Now I'm going to press enter for entering the string. But what happened? I have entered 45 as integer n, then now it's printing n only. It is not allowing me to give the input as a string. So that's why what we have to do, we have to add one extra line before taking the input as a string. See, we have taken an as an integer input, then we have to add this one, sc dot next line. Okay, so suppose I'm going to add sc dot next line, fine. Now let's run it. Okay, so I'm going to enter 45, then it is allowing me to enter the string, suppose Adarsh Gupta, fine. Now it's printing. See, here I printed n and s with some space. Now it's printing, right? Hope you got it. So in the similar manner, so you have to remember this. If you are taking n in the first line as input, then string, then you have to add this line. Okay, a reason. What is the reason? So when you are writing 45 now, then there is some space, right? So this space is considered as string. So it's not allowing me to take this, to give the input as a string. So it's only simply printing 45, then input is string. Okay, but now in this case, after adding this line, we have taken 45, then we are changing the line here. Okay, so we have to give this input as a string, fine. Then we are printing 45, then some space, then our string. Hope you are getting it. So this is the special case for Java, and similarly for C++ users. Just see this here, taking n as an input, and then here we are taking string as input. Okay, get line with the help of get line. But if you are not using this line now, the same output will show to you. Okay, so to ignore that, to avoid that, we have to use in C++ this cin dot ignore. Okay, hope you are getting my point in the similar manner. Okay, fine. So this is all about this today's video. Hope you are getting all those things, how to take input. We have included lots of scenarios. If something is left, then you can let me know in the chat section. We will cover that also. Fine. Fine, everyone. If you have any kind of doubt, you can put in the comment section. I will try to answer that. Fine. I am saying again, any case has been left, is remaining, then you can let me know. Okay, fine. So we will be adding in the next video. So this is all about this today's class. Hope you enjoyed it. So we will meet in the next class, next video with the new concepts. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Hi everyone, welcome to Online Study for You. So in this video, I'm going to cover some questions from TCS NQT 20th March 2025. Now, before I start with this, I remember that I was recording, one of the previous videos of this channel. It's there, where I was covering the scope, the syllabus scope of TCS NQT. And in that video, I had mentioned that, you might expect questions from graphs, from dynamic programming, even from trees, right? And, somebody, I think a couple of you had commented that, TCS has never asked tougher topics, like graphs or DP. And I had clearly mentioned that time, that just because, it was never asked before, that does not mean that it won't be asked in the future. And you saw it this time only, that we had questions from graph as well as DP. So anyways, I would be covering here a couple of questions, essentially. The first one, you can already see it on your screen. Sum of prime numbers from 1 to n. Okay, so input, if n is equal to 10, the sum would be 17, because from 1 to 10, 1 is neither prime nor composite. So if you look at the prime numbers here, n equal to 10. So you get like 2, 3, 5 and 7, right? These are the prime numbers. 8 and 9 are not prime numbers, right? So if you sum them up essentially, so 2 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7, you will get it to be 17. Okay. So this is exactly what we have to do. Now, of course, the brute force, because that if you look at the time complexity, I mean, the range n can be at most 500. So even if you do an n square solution, you are good to go. So I hope everyone would be able to do the n square solution. What you essentially have to do is, number one, you run a loop from 1 to n. You can also run a loop from 2 to n, because, you know, 1 is never a prime number. And after that, what you do is you create a function to check if a number is prime or not, right? And then from inside the loop, for every I, you call that function. If it's true, add it in a sum variable. You know, that is what I'm saying. So if I write the pseudo code of this, is a very easy solution. So I probably won't code up this whole thing, but I'll come up to a more optimal approach of this particular question. Although the easy question, I mean, the easy solution of this one is more than enough to pass all the test cases here in NQT, since the constraints are very small, right? So pseudocode is extremely simple. You take a Boolean function, which will be like is prime, and you know how do you check if a number is prime. What you essentially have to do is you have to run a loop from 2 to n, okay, and you check how many factors are there. You can actually run the loop from 2 to n minus 1 and check how many factors are there of that particular number. If there are 0 factors between 2 and n minus 1 included, then it is a prime number, right? And what you essentially have to do is you have to run a loop from I equal to 1 to whatever, I less than equal to n, I plus plus, and you will have to call this function, right? So if is prime of I, if this is true, then what you do is do sum equal to sum plus I. Okay, so this is what you have to do. Okay, of course, you have to initialize sum to int sum equal to 0 at the beginning. Okay, so this is what you have to do. And inside the prime function, you know, so I'm not coding it up now. What you essentially have to do, you have to run a loop from 2 to n. If something is a factor, then you have to immediately return false. If you want me to practically write a code, I can. So I equal to 2, so I less than n, I less than n. So essentially I'm going to n minus 1. Okay. And inside of it, what you do is, I can actually shorten this up a bit. Yeah. N minus 1, essentially what you have to do, you check if it is if you have any factor of I or not. I mean, if you have any factor of n or not. So if n% I is equal to 0, which means it is a factor. If you have a factor between 2 to n minus 1, then it is not a prime number, because the definition of a prime number is it has 2 factors, 1 and the number itself. So that's why I've excluded both 1 and the number itself. It's going from 2 to n minus 1. If it is somewhere, you can simply return false from here only. Else, if you have come to the end of the loop, you can return true. So something like this you can do. Okay, so this is the prime function. You take a loop and you print it, sum equal to sum plus I, and what at the end of the day, what you will do is you will simply print the sum. So for if you are doing in C++, it will be C out of sum. Okay, something like this you can do, /n at the end. Okay, so something like this you can do, and the time complexity of this is O of n square. O of n square. Okay, because you have one loop here and you have one loop here. Okay, so 2 loops O of n square. Okay, cool. Tell me. Great. So now I will discuss a bit optimal approach of this. I mean, an optimal version of this, which it's very common though. You must have heard. It is the sieve method of doing it. Okay, we also call it as sieve of Eratosthenes, right? So that is a very efficient way of finding out the prime numbers. Actually, so what we do there is, the concept is, we have a loop here. I mean, we have a array here, my bad, and this can be called as a is prime array or something like that. Okay, and what you have here is all the numbers, corresponding numbers from 0 onwards. Okay, of course 0 and 1 are not prime. I'll just reduce this. Things like this starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this is a Boolean array. Okay, this is a Boolean array. So if it is true, it means it is a prime. If it is false, it means it is not a prime. So the idea is, at the beginning you will have to initialize this array with true for all the places. So at the beginning, this array will be initialized with true at all the places. Okay, so everything is initialized with true. So I have to do a lot of computations here. Okay, so this is all filled with true. Okay, t t t t t t t at the beginning. Okay, 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 7. Okay, then we will start making some changes. First of all, we know that 0 and 1 are not prime. So at the beginning only, after what I'll do, I'll change this to false. I will change this to false. Okay, then what I'm going to do is, I will run a loop from 2 to n. I will run a loop from 2 to n. Suppose I am finding out the sum of, I'll come to the sum part as well. I'm finding out all the numbers which are prime between 2 and n. Okay, I can also do the sum together, which we will look at the code. You don't have to worry about that now. But suppose I want to find all the prime numbers between 2 to n. Suppose I want to find all the prime numbers between 2 to 10 or something. Okay, so if it is 2 to 10, then one thing you can do is, you can increase this a bit. Just a second, you can increase this a bit essentially. You get 8, you get 9, you get 10. I hope I'm not moving completely out of my screen, but okay. So the idea is, everything is of course marked with true at the beginning, as I said. After that, 0 and 1 have been marked as false. Okay. Now the idea here is, you take a loop from 2 to n. Okay, so you will run a for loop from 2 to n. Hear me properly. You will run a for loop from 2 to n. Okay, and if 2 is a prime number, so starting from 2, so 2 is a prime number, we know, right? So all the multiples of 2 will not be a prime number. All the multiples of 2 will not be a prime number. So for all the multiples of 2, I am going to change all of the multiples of 2 in this array to false. Because if 2 is a prime number, 4, 6, 8 can never be a prime number. Okay, so in this array, I'm going to change 4 to false. 2 into 2 is 4. 2 into 3 is 6. I'm going to change this to false. 2 into 4 is 8. I'm going to change this to false as well. 2 into 5 is 10. I'm going to change this to false as well. Okay. So already we see 0, 1, 4, 6, 8, 10 has been marked as false. Okay. So the computation for 2 is over. Next on the list is 3. Same thing I'm going to do for 3. 3 is a prime number. So all the multiples of 3 are also not prime. So for 3, I'm going to mark for 6. 6 is already marked. Interesting observation that 6 is already marked. 9 also is will also not be a prime number. I have to mark it as false. Okay. Okay. For 4, I again don't have to do it, because essentially it's marked as false, all of the stuff. Yeah, 5 is already done, and yeah, we are done. So all the numbers who are essentially true here will be your prime numbers between 2 and 10. So see what are the numbers which are true here. So 2 is true, 2 is a prime number, 3 is a prime number, 5 is a prime number, 7 is a prime number. You add them out, it will be 17. So this is the sieve method of doing. Okay, this is a sieve method of doing. Okay. Now, while doing this, I can also calculate the sum. It's very easy. Let's look at the code. It's all will be really easy to you guys. Look. So first of all, you have a is prime array or a vector. Okay, don't confuse. N plus 1, it is all marked as true. Okay, it is all marked as true. So why n plus 1? Because it's 1 based indexing, 0 we are not considering. So okay, 0 and 1 are of course false, because 0 and 1 are not prime. Then we are going to take a loop from 2 to n, And if a number is prime, so 2 is prime, all the multiples of 2 will be marked as false, because if something is a prime, all the multiples of it will be marked as false. One extra thing is, since in the question is asked you to find the sum, you just have to add just one extra line here, sum plus equal to I. Okay, sum plus equal to I. Why? Because I know that is prime. Okay, if is prime means what? Is prime equal to true? Same thing, right? Is prime equal to true is same as this. So if I is a prime number, you just add it. So get all the prime numbers. And the next step, after that, all of its multiples will be marked as false. And whenever it's marked as false, you know that wherever is the next step, I will be continuing to add all the prime numbers here. Okay, and at the end of the day, I will get something like this, where I would have already added 2, 3, 5, and 7 whenever I would have reached here, because if it would have been n to 10, so it will be from 2 to 10, right? And at some point of time, I would have checked if is prime of 5 is true or not. Yeah, it is true. So I would have added 5. If is prime of 7 is true or not, I would have added 7. So 2, 3, 5, 7. So like that, we would have got 17 here. I have to return 17. That would be an answer. You can run this. And if you pass 10, it will be 17. Okay. So like that, we have to do it. Now, the previous time complexity was n squared. The time complexity of this approach is n log n. So there are mathematical proofs of this. You can definitely read more about it, but I'll give you one important observation of this. It is n log n. Okay, one important observation I will give you here. Okay, this loop now, we are doing a j equal to I by 2, I multiplied by 2. Even I would, if I do instead of I multiplied by 2, right? Because I need to go for all the multiples of prime numbers has to be false. Okay, instead of doing from 2i, if I start from I square, then also my solution would be completely fine. Okay, if I run this, it is still fine. Okay, why? But one interesting observation is this can further be optimized to I squared to n. So this is a square root of n, square root of n to n. So that's why the log is coming here. If you see, that is a small hint. But again, there are mathematical proofs of this which you can see. But the idea here is why I square will work. It's because if you noticed at this particular example, what I did, whenever I marked all the multiples of 2, the prime number, whenever I marked all the multiples of 2, I had marked what? 4, 6, 8 as false. 4, 6, 8, and 10 as false. Okay. Now for 3, then I went to 3. For 3, I do not need to start from 6. I do not need to start from 2i, 2 multiplied by I. I do not need to start from 6. Rather, it's completely fine if I start from I square, which is 9. Why? Because this 6 is already taken care of by 2. When I had marked all the multiples of 2 as false, I had marked 4, 6, 8, and 10. So 6 was already taken care of before. So this would be held true for all possible values of n. So essentially, when you do for I equal to 3, you can easily start from I square instead of starting from 2i. So that is one small optimization here as well. Okay, because 6 would have already been taken care of. 2i is 2 into 3, 6 must have already been taken care of by its previous prime number. Okay, by one of its previous prime numbers. Okay, so you can easily start from I square. So this is essentially log n then. And you get n log n, but yeah, you can definitely read more about it. But Sieve is a very powerful method. Okay, yeah, and the Java code is also similar, so it's exactly similar. So you mark everything as true at the beginning. This is also same. Again, 2 multiplied by I. This will also work with I multiplied by I as well. Okay, this is exactly the same. Just take a number, enter a number, and that is how it would be. If you run this. So you get 10 and you get 70. Okay. So these small optimizations matter. I mean, it doesn't matter for this exam, but yeah, I just told you this method because this would be helpful for you somewhere down the line in the future. Okay. Sieve of Eratosthenes is a very important method. But anyways, I'll come down to the next question. For TCS NQT, you can have a look. So this is a graph which I had drawn. So this is the next question was shortest. You have to find the shortest path in a graph. Okay, from source to destination in a DAG. DAG means a directed acyclic graph. Okay, DAG means a directed acyclic graph. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I hope it was the directed acyclic graph. So if you know it's a directed acyclic graph, so there is a small issue here in this diagram. So whenever somebody sees directed acyclic graph, it has to be directed. So always give these pointers. So 0 to 1, then 1 2 3 as per my my diagram, and it was like 3 to 4, 0 to 2, 2 to 4. Essentially, I mean, this algorithm works for both the directed as well as undirected, but I guess in your exam it was directed acyclic graph. So this can be solved in two ways then. Essentially, one of the ways is of course Dijkstra's algorithm, but the other way is, I guess, topological sort. Like, since this is directed acyclic graph, you can solve this with topological sort plus relaxation as well, right? But in this video, I'm covering the Dijkstra algorithm, since I mean, this method, topological sort plus relaxation, is the more optimal one if you look at it that way. But in this video, I'm covering the Dijkstra's algorithm because that is much more straightforward for you guys to understand, because this algorithm is readily available on the internet. So if you essentially copy paste the algorithm, I mean, you would be able to solve this particular problem. Right, so it's very, very straightforward, but here you need to do some tweaks in the normal topological sort algorithm. So I'll be discussing this one for this video. Okay. All right. So I'll just be discussing this one. Okay. All right. Right. So let's continue. So this is a directed acyclic graph. So hence you see that this would be the adjacency list representation of it. If you don't know about the adjacency list representation of it, I've covered this very well. I've covered this algorithm very well in the course. So a graph can be represented in two ways. One is in the form of a matrix, which is the adjacency matrix way. And the other thing is, of course, the adjacency list way. Okay, so this is the adjacency list way, which we are going to follow. This is what we follow in most of the graph questions, as in more cases it's a bit more optimal than the adjacency matrix approach. Okay, so what does this represent? So it's very easy to understand. So this is a directed acyclic graph. Okay, although this algorithm works for undirected graphs as well, just to know. Okay, by a very small tweak you can make this, by just one line addition, you can make this completely working for the undirected graphs as well. But for us in our exam, I think it was directed acyclic graph. Anyways, works for good. The Dijkstra algorithm only fails if we have negative edges, which we didn't have in our exam, right? All the edges were positive. Okay, negative edges means these edges, right? 2, 3, 2, 4, they are all positive. If in case it was negative, then this algorithm would have failed. Okay, but we don't need to worry about it. So the Dijkstra algorithm will work for directed as well as undirected graphs, right? Great. But this is the adjacency list representation. We have the adjacency matrix representation and the adjacency list representation. We're going to go ahead with the adjacency list representation. If you don't know any of this, please watch some videos. For now, I'll continue with this. Okay, so what does this mean? What does this and this mean? Okay, from 0 to 1, I have a edge of 2. For 0 to 1, I have a distance of 2. Essentially, this is shortest path, so you can term this as the distance. 0 to 1, I have a distance of 2. So from 0, this is the node. These are all the nodes, and these are all the edges and their corresponding distances. So from 0 to 1, the distance is 2. 0 to 1, the distance is 2. So it's written in this way, right? Node, colon, we have the 2 node and the distance. Okay, so it's written in this way. It's written in this way. Okay, so from node to node, then the distance is written in that way. So 0 to 1, I have a distance of 2. 0 to 2, I have a distance of 3. So 0 to 2, I have a distance of 3. 1 to 3, I have a distance of 3. 1 to 3, I have a distance of 3. 2 to 4, I have a distance of 2. 2 to 4, I have a distance of 2. 3 to 4, I have a distance of 4. 3 to 4, I have a distance of 4. So like this is the normal adjacency list representation. If you don't know, please watch a video, but okay, I'm explaining it in this video. It's very easy to write adjacency list representation. We are of course going to discuss it in the code, right? But for now, let's discuss the Dijkstra algorithm. So the Dijkstra algorithm is you can do it with a set, or you can also do it with a priority queue. In this question, I'm going to do it with a priority queue. Now you tell me which priority queue should I use here? It's a min heap or a max heap? Should I use a min heap or should I use a max heap? We should use a min heap. Why? Because I need to find out the shortest distance, right? So if a shortest distance I know, min heap, the top element of the min heap is always the smallest. So I need to use that property, right? So I have to use the min heap here. And other than that, I have to maintain a distance array. In fact, I have to maintain two arrays essentially. One would be the distance array, which would store the final distances of all the nodes from the source to the node. And so you'll have this, right? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, it'll be like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So distance of 0 to 0 is always 0. Others you can just mark it as infinity at the beginning. Okay, because I need to find out the shortest distance, and anyhow, whenever you do these kind of problems, finding out the minimum, you initialize with the int max value. That's what I'm doing here. Okay, other than that, we also need a parent array, but this parent array is really easy to understand. So here we are going to store the parents of all the corresponding nodes. Okay, what is the parent array? I'll come to at the end. It's very easy to understand. For example, 2 is the parent of 4. If you can go from 2 to 4, 2 is the parent of 4. If you can go from 0 to 2, 0 is the parent of 2. If you can go from 1 to 3, 1 is the parent of 3. So the from node is the parent of the 2 node. All right. So we're going to maintain a track of this at the end. Why? Because I have to print out two things over here. I need to print out the distance as well as the path. So in this case, I need to print out the path is going to be 0 to 2 to 4 for this problem, and the distance is 5. Right, because 0 to 2 is 3, 2 to 4 is 2, 3 plus 2 is 5. This is the shortest path from 0 to 4. You can check all the other parts. You can check this part. 2 plus 3 plus 4, 9 is more. Yeah, so we have two paths, but yeah, so this is the shortest one. But anyways, so let's 0 to 2 to 4, this is the shortest path. Anyways, let's start with the algorithm. I'm going to start off with few and then you're going to get the flow, right? So initially I have to add what? 0, 0, because the distance of 0 is 0. So what does this 0, 0 mean? I have to add it in this format. I have to make sure the distance is minimum. And whenever you take a pair in min heap, the first value, I mean, the min heap would be arranged that the top element would be the smallest. But top element of what in a pair? Because it's a pair, the pair of values, the first. Okay, so in a pair, it depends on the first value, whether, you know, it would be arranged accordingly, right? So here you need to do a pair of distance and node, because automatically the pair with the smallest distance would be at the top of the min heap. Okay, because that is what works in a pair. The first takes precedence. Okay, so distance comma node. Okay, I can write it here actually. Okay, cool. Okay, all right, just a second, I'll just drink some water. Okay, 0, 0, right? Okay. Do I have enough space here though? Let me just okay, let's actually do it. Yeah, let's actually try to do it. Or maybe you give me a second, I'll shift myself to the other side. Yeah, I guess now it's better. You're able to see the screen in a better way, right? Okay, fine. Okay, so 0, 0. What I have to do here is, from 0, what are the neighboring nodes? Okay, so from 0, where can I reach? So from 0, I can reach to 1. I can reach to 1. I can also reach to 2. From 0, I can reach to 1. I can also reach to 2. Right? Well, let me do this in a bit better way. From 0, I can reach to 1. I can reach to 2. Okay. What is the distance of 0? I mean, what is the distance of source to 0? Distance of source to 0 is 0 only because it's the source itself. So the distance from the source to 0 is 0. And what is the distance from 0 to 1? The distance from 0 to 1 is 2. So just put 2 over here. Now you see the total distance from source to 1 is 0 plus 2. So, I mean, source to 0 is 0, source to 0 to 1 is 2, so source to 1 is 2. Now you check what is now you check in the array, distance array, it's infinity, so 2 is less than infinity, so you replace it with 2. Same thing you do for 2. So 0 to 2, the distance is 3. So total distance from source to 2 is 0 plus 3, 3. Right? Source to 2 is 3. So replace it with 3. Cool. Done. And whenever you do it, you have to put it back in the min heap. So the distance of 1 is 2. So it will be 2 comma 1. First distance, then node, as I had written this form, right? Similarly for 3, it is going to be, for 2, it is going to be 3. So it will be 3 comma 2. 3 comma 2, right? So first the distance, then the node. Okay. And 1 is already processed, so we can put it out. So now, since this is min heap, which one of it will pop out from the top? From the top, this will pop out. Why? Because 2 is less than 3. 2 is less than 3. So 2 will pop out. So 2 comma 1 will pop out. 2 comma 1 means the node is 1, distance is 2. Right? Node is 1, distance is 2. Okay. So the node 1 has popped out. Right? The node 1 has popped out. Cool. So, node 1. Okay. From node 1, where can we go? One thing I know, that the distance of 1 is 2. So the distance from, the minimum distance from source to 1 is 2. So that is given to us. But from 1, where can we go? Where can we find that? We can find that in the adjacency list. So from 1, I can go to 3 at a distance of 3. I can go to 3 at a distance of 3. I cannot go to any other nodes because you can see the adjacency list. Okay, now source to 3 is 2 plus 3, 5. So from source to 3 is 2 plus 3, 5. Is 5 less than infinity? Yes. So you replace this with 5. Okay, let me use a different color. You replace this with 5. Okay. And once you have done it, the distance is 5 and the node is 3. So you have to put 5 comma 3 here because the distance is 5 and the node is 3. Done. So 2 comma 1 is processed. After that, you have the next node, which is 3 comma 2. 3 comma 2 means 3 comma 2 means the distance is 3 and the node is 2. So the node is 2, the distance is 3 from the source. From 2, where can we go? From 2, where can we go? We can go to 4 only. So we go to 4 and the distance is 2. You can see it from the adjacency list, right? 4 and the distance is 2. What is the minimum distance from source to 4? 3 plus 2, 5. So you replace this again with 5. Done. So 3 comma 2 is also processed. Done. Now after this we have 5 comma 3. 5 comma 3 means, tell me, distance is 5. So source to 3, distance is 5. Okay, source to 3, distance is 5. You've taken this distance. Okay. From 3, where can we go? Where can we go from 3? Take a look in the adjacency list. 4. So from 4, I can go to 4, from 3 to 4, and that is a distance of 4. So now the distance here becomes 5 plus 4, which is equal to 9. So the distance of source to 4 becomes 9. Okay, but the earlier distance of source to 4 is 5 only. So is 5 less than 9 or more than 9? 5 is less than 9. So hence I won't change this because the distance here, which is 5, is already less than the current distance, which is 9. Okay, so I won't replace this, and this is also processed, and we have finished our Dijkstra algorithm. Right? Very, very easy. So the final distance array would be this 0, 2, 3, 5, 5, and this is your final. So 0 to 4, the distance is 5. You can see here it's written 5 over here. So from source to 4, the distance is 5. Done. But one more thing is pending, which is how do you check the parent array? So parent array checking is really easy. You just have to keep a track of its parent. So whenever you made this list, so this it's better explain it to you in the code. So it's really easy by the way. So yeah, first thing what you can do is you need to take input of this. Okay, you just need to take input of this. So how do you take input of this? It's really easy. I mean, user input was not difficult in this problem by the way. So what you have to do essentially is you take UVW. Okay, source node is U node, from node is u, to node is v. Weight or distance, you can use d here for the distance. And then you can simply take all of it as the distance, and then you can put it back into the array. Okay, you can put it back into your vector of vectors. Okay. Yeah, so you can do something like this. I mean, you will essentially have this. So what you do is u, v, and d, you input it, and then you put it into your edges vector. Okay, this edges vector is nothing, it's a vector of vector. Okay, whatever is given to you, it's a vector of vector. Okay, vector of edges. Like this. I'll come to the Java implementation as well. But yeah, it's just vector of vector, and you just put everything in this form, u, v, d. Okay, from node, to node, and distance. So 0 to 1 is 2, 1 to 3 is 3. You can have a look. 0 to 1 is 2, 1 to 3 is 3. Okay, 0 to 2 is 3, 0 to 2 is 3. 2 to 4 is 2, 2 to 4 is 2, 3 to 4 is 4, 3 to 4 is 4. So this is what the representation is, UVD. Okay. Now you simply call the Dijkstra algorithm. It's very easy. So this is for a directed acyclic graph. Had it been for an undirected graph, undirected acyclic graph, you should have, what you would have done, you just have to add one more line over here. Okay, but I'm not going to discuss that here. You guys can check out. Okay. It is a directed acyclic graph. So you take the adjacency list. So your first job here is to form this. First job is to form this from the given graph. It's given to you is in this form. This is what is given to you. Okay, this is given to you. But you have to convert this into adjacency list form. Why? So that you can access these things, whatever. What are the adjacents of 0, 1, and 2? How do you get it? From the adjacency list. So that is why adjacency list representation is super important in graph algorithms. I've discussed this in the course as well. So first your job is to convert this into the adjacency list, right? So you convert it into this vector of pair of adjacency list. Okay, vector of pair y. The pair is this. Okay, so this is the 2 node and weight, distance, whatever. 2 node and distance. Okay, 2 node and distance. So this is how it is going to do, it is going to be it. Okay, IT of 0 is your from node. So from node, and then you push back to node, and then you push back the distance. So this is how it is going to be. If you look at this, IT of 0, 1, and 2. IT of 0 is this from node. IT of 1 is this. IT of 2 is 2, which is the distance. So that is how we are going to just put it in the adjacency list. Very standard for format. Now we are going to take a priority queue. Okay, don't get confused by this syntax. This is the min heap. Okay, min heap syntax is this. Don't worry about this line here. Okay, min heap syntax is this, but this is not a normal min heap. This is a pair of min heap. Okay, so distance comma node, because I need to sort it. I don't need to sort it, but the top element of the min heap would be one with the least distance. Would be the one with the least distance. So that is why we used pair of min heap, right? Now it's essentially very easy. Okay, so I had discussed about the parent. The parent is used for retracing this path. So you also had to print the path, right? 0, 2, 4. I'll come to that. But first, it's very easy. Whatever is at the top of the queue, you just pop it. The second part would be your node. The first part would be your distance. So you saw I was popping out here like 3, 2. 3, 2 means the first part 3 is the distance. Second part 2 is the node, because it's arranged in the form of distance, node. So this is the distance. This is the node. Once you get that, you just loop through all of its adjacents. How do you get the adjacents of 3? I told you, how do you get the adjacents of, let's say, 0, 1, and 2? How do you get that? From the adjacency list. So that's what you do. Okay, so you just loop through all adjacents. And the adjacents are already stored in that particular node in the adjacency list. You saw the representation, right? If I need to find the adjacents of 0, I simply have to do ADJ of 0, and you get to all of these things. Okay, simply do ADJ of 0. You'll get to all of these pairs. Okay, first and second. So all of these are pairs. You get IT dot first, IT dot second. First one is the node, next one is the distance. First one is the node, next one is the distance. Okay, so whatever the distance was so far, plus the distance, if it is less, then you replace it. So what do I mean is, suppose for 1, suppose for this one, yeah, suppose for 3, right? The distance for 3 so far was 5. And then you add the 4 to it. Okay, for 3 I am doing. So for 3, 4 is one of the adjacents, right? So 5 plus 4 is 9. 5 plus 4 is 9. Is it less than what is stored in the distance array? No, because in the distance array for 4, it was stored 5, right? So in the distance array it was 5, and here adding it I was getting 9. So is 9 less than 5? No. So I'm not even going to do this, and you saw that for 3 we didn't even do anything, we just crossed it, right? Because of that. Otherwise you just update it in the distance array, and of course you push it into your priority queue, as I was doing it again and again for all of the nodes, right? Okay, now one extra thing what you have to do is you have to do the parent of adjacent node. This is very easy. As I told you, suppose you go from 1 to 2. If you go from 1 to 2, the simple concept is the parent of 2 is 1. So if you loop through all the adjacents of 1, you get 2. So that essentially means the parent of all the adjacent nodes is the node itself. Right, so that's what I did. Parent of the adjacent node is the node itself. So that's how we are going to fill the parent array. And after that comes a little important part, which is very easy. Suppose from 4 I have to retrace back my path. How am I going to retrace back? It is 0 to 2 to 4. So parent of 4 is 2, parent of 2 is 0. So it's going to be 4, 2, and at the end you add a 0. So this is going to be the path. You have to reverse this. Get 0, 2, and 4, which is your final answer of the path. So this is what you have to print: 0, 2, 4. This is what you have to print. So this is what you have to do. First you have to print, get all the paths, and then reverse it to get 0, 2, 4. Okay. So yeah, this is the distance, this is the path. If you run this, for this it will be 0, 2, 4, and 5, something like that. Yeah, path is 0 to 4, the total weight is 5, as we had discussed. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so this loop is, for parent known loop is, you just go through all of the parents, right? So in this case I start from 4. What is the parent of 4? 2. So from 4 I will go to the parent of 4, which is 2. From 2 I'll go to the parent of 2, which is 0. There will be 4, 2, and 0. But 4, 2, and 0 is in the opposite way, so you have to reverse it. It will be 0, 2, and 4. Okay? 0, 2, and 4. Okay? No node is n minus 1, right? Because I'm doing it for the node number 4. Okay? This is zero based indexing as it was, I guess, in your exam as well, because I saw there were inputs of 0. So you have to do it for the last one. So it will be n minus 1. So this is what you have to do. Okay, clear? It won't be clear if you are looking at graph for the first time. So please, I know so many of you guys have told me that graphs don't come, but if it comes, it's, this algorithm isn't straightforward that you straight away start with this. First, you have to do like breadth first search, depth first search in graphs, then you can come to here, right? So yeah, go over all the other questions of graph, but I hope this is clear. I'll also come to the Java implementation of this, right? Right, so the Java implementation is also similar, but you need to take a pair in Java. So you just take this first and second, because I think it comes inbuilt in C++, but not in Java. The other implementation remains the same. So you just take VNE as input, then you take the corresponding edges as input, normal array list. 2D arrays will work, and then you just call the function, the shortest path. In the shortest path, again, you need to pick up the adjacency list. So this is how the adjacency list is going to be. ADJ, yeah, you have to push V and W, exactly the same. Priority queue, again, this is the min heap one. Once you do that, you have the distance array, the parent array. This logic is exactly similar, that you have to go through all of its adjacents, get the next node and the weight. If the weight is lesser than the distance, then you simply replace it, update the parent, and add it into the priority queue for further iterations. Okay, and of course this path is also same, that until you get the parent, you get the path, and then you reverse the path, exactly the way in which we discussed in the CPP code. Okay, so this is your Java code. All right, yeah. Anyways, I'm going to meet you in the next video, but if in case you're attending future NQT, just make sure that tougher topics can of course come, including DP, graph. We might also have trees sometime later on, but anyways, best of luck. I'll meet you in the next. Right, welcome back to Online Study for You. My name is Ankan, and in this video we're mainly discussing the different problems of TCS NQT, the coding questions of 15 March 2025, which is yesterday. Now, so I've picked up 3 problems here which came. So the first problem, I think you can already see on the screen. It says problem statement, making triplets equal. Yeah. So you're given a triplet of integers, means you're just given 3 integers. Okay. You can perform the following operation any number of times. So 3 integers. Out of that, you pick up 2 numbers and you add 1 to both the selected numbers. And you subtract 1 from the remaining number. Your task is to determine the number of steps needed to make all the 3 numbers equal. If at all it is possible to make them equal, otherwise you have to return minus 1. So yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 4, 2, 2, 8. 4, 4, 4 is already equal. So the number of steps is 0. 1, 2, 3 is not possible to be made equal. 2 to 8 needs 3 steps. How is this working? Okay. If you have 2 to 8, so what it is asked is you add 1 to 2 of the numbers, subtract 1 from the remaining number. So if it is 2 to 8, first what are you going to do? Of course, we are going to add 1 to the lower numbers and we are going to subtract 1 from the greater number. If I have to make 2 numbers equal, then of course I have to add to the lower number and decrease from the greater number. That is how those numbers come closer and closer to each other, right? Great. So I'll add 1 into the lower number. So let's add it. So it will be 3, 3, and you decrease 1 from 8, it will be 7. Do the same thing. Add 1 in these 2 things, decrease 1. Add 1, decrease 1. Yeah. Finally, you get 5, 5, 5, and they are equal. So how many steps did it take? First step, second step, third step. So answer is 3. This is how it is working. Okay, this is exactly how it is working. Now, yeah. Now, what about 1, 2, 3? Is 1, 2, 3 impossible to be made equal? So if you have 1, 2, 3, of course we are going to follow the same logic. I'm going to pick up the lower numbers, add 1, and from the larger number I'm going to decrease 1. So you get 2, 3, and 2. Now 2, 3, and 2, I need to make sure that I add 1 to the lower numbers and decrease it from the larger number. So at any point of time, we have to sort it. So after every step, we have to sort it so that we can make sure that we add 1 to the lower numbers and subtract from the larger number. So at every step, essentially, we have to sort the numbers, right? Okay, great. So here 2 to 3. Again, I'm going to do the same thing. There will be 3, 3, 2. Wow. If you look at it now, it is impossible to make these numbers equal because this lower number have become 3, the larger number has become 3, and they have passed each other. So the lower has become the greater number and the greater has become the lower number. If it has already passed, then after this, if you continue to do the operations, what will happen is the larger number 2 will decrease and decrease and decrease. It will go to 0, minus 1, and so on. So once this has crossed each other, once the lower number has become the higher number and the higher number has become the lower number, but they haven't touched each other, then it's no longer possible for all of the 3 numbers to be equal. Right. So this is the observation. So at any point of time, so how do you, okay, so how do you check that, this kind of a condition will arise? And immediately what you will do, you will print -1, that it's no longer possible, right? So the idea is, if yeah, you can actually take one more actually. So for example, you try with something like let's say 2, 3, 4. This is also a bit different. So I think here also it will have the same thing only. So you'll get 3, 4, and 3, and then you sort it again. It will be 3, 3, 4, and then this again becomes the same thing, which I discussed, that the lower number is becoming larger than the larger number essentially. So without touching, as I discussed. So in these cases, you can find a common pattern that if you have it in this form where the first 2 numbers, the lower numbers are equal, and the larger number is just 1 more than the lower number. If you are getting these kind of a theme where the larger number is 1 more than the lower number, and of course the 2 lower numbers are equal, then it's no longer possible to make them equal. Why? Because when you add 1 to the lower number, it becomes 3. But the problem is the number 3, which was 1 more, also has to be decreased. So the lower number increases by 1, the larger number has to decrease by 1. So again, they are crossing the threshold. So whenever they are at a difference of 1, these kind of a theme, then you immediately return -1 because that's no longer possible. Okay, so the advantage of this question is you can simply do a brute force each other. So I had a talk with some of the students. Brute force approach is really more than enough for passing all the test cases in this problem. So you simply can do brute force. Okay, brute force means whatever it is asked in the question, right? You add 1 to 2 numbers, subtract 1 from the other number. You simply do that in your code, brute force directly, and you continuously do it and do it and do it until you get a form like this. Until you get a form like this where it's no longer possible, or until you get somewhere where all the three has become equal, like in this case. In either of these two cases, you simply exit from the loop, otherwise the loop will go. So essentially you can take an infinite loop where it will continue to do and do and do, and only when this case is same, I mean all the three numbers are same, this case, then you found out an answer, and or else you have this kind of things where it's no longer possible to find out an answer. In either of the cases, you simply have to return either the number of steps in this case or -1 if it's not possible. Okay. So I've written the code here. You can have a look. This is the code in C++, of course. So it's very simple. So you take the three numbers as input, P, Q, and R, and this is the min steps to make them equal. And what you're going to do is you're going to take a vector, and in the vector you're simply going to put up all the three numbers, simply sort the vector. And if this is already equal, then you return 0. So like in this case, 4, 4, and 4, if all of these three numbers are already equal, then you return 0. Okay, otherwise you simply take an infinite loop, you add the first two numbers, decrease the third number, and of course add the number of steps, and after every step you have to sort. So sort the vector. Okay, if all three are equal, then you return number of steps, else you see that the lower numbers are equal and the larger number is one more than the lower number. So if it is like v0 equal to v1 and v1 plus 1 equal to v2, because you have to make sure, I mean you already know that v0, v1 and v2 are sorted. So 0 and 1 are the lower numbers, and if v1 plus 1 equal to v2 in this case, or the other case, v1 is equal to v2 and v0 plus 1 is equal to v1. Okay, in either of the cases, you know that this is no longer possible. Okay, and you have to return -1. Okay, so this is the approach which we will follow. Okay, I guess you can also run the code. So I'll just run this. I have to input three numbers. So if it is 1, 2, and 3, it's never possible. So you return -1. Else, if we had the other case, right, 2 to 8. Yeah. So if we have 2 to 8 here, it will be 3 steps as we had discussed here. Okay. Right. So we also have the Java code is exactly the same. So you can just have a look. Yeah. So same thing. You just take the three integers. I've taken scanner input. So essentially, okay, you do not need to print enter three numbers, I guess, so that you can adjust. So if you want me, you can even rub this part. Okay, but for now I have kept it. So you just take three users input, you call the min steps function, and you know what to do. Just take an array list, you add all of them and you sort it. Okay, exactly the same what I have done here. Okay, here also we are sorting it. Then you know what to do. If all three are already equal, then you have to return 0, no steps. Else you set all of them, so you add them by 1, add the lower numbers by 1, add the third number will be decreasing by 1, and then you number of steps will increase, and then you sort it again. Okay, any point of time, if all three are equal, then the number of steps, because I just read the number of steps, they are already equal. Else the same condition which I had here. Okay, if couple of numbers are equal and you find out that the third number, the larger number, is just one more, they can never be equal, because when you increase the lower number by 1, the larger number also has to decrease by 1, and the numbers cross each other. So after that they can no longer ever meet each other. Okay, you can also run this, but yeah, the concept remains the same. So 2, 2, and 8, and you get 3 here. Okay, so this was the problem. It was pretty simple. By the way, in this question you can also take a simple array. I am hooked on taking Java collections, so here also you can use with array, although I'm more comfortable with vector. But yeah, the solution remains the same. Okay, all right. Right, so this is another question, which is range sum query. I guess this question also came yesterday, so it's 15th of March, morning shift. So I think if you can read this question, this was a really simple question. I saw that a lot of people had doubts in this. You're given two integers I and j, okay, and the integers are from 0 to 9999 included, both I and j included. So it's 0 to 10,000, I guess. Constants are 0 to 10,000, but okay, 10,000 is not included. Yeah, 10,000 is not included. Okay, so so suppose somebody gives you like 10,001, right? So this would be included. In fact, if it is 10,000 here, then also it should be not included. Okay, I'm not exactly sure of the constraints, right? But I guess I see it's from 0 to 9999, both are included, right? So if it is, so if I and j will be given to you, if j is here, if you look at it, it's 10,000. So that is outside 9999, right? Okay. So it's extremely simple. What you have to do is simply add all of them, right? Simply add all of them. So now suppose, okay, one easy way of doing this is a simple math trick, if you know. So suppose you have these numbers, yeah, this was starting from 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, somebody asks you to find out the summation of 3 to 6. Can you write a formula for that? One thing you know, that the summation of 6 is nothing but n into n plus 1 by 2. So 6 into 7 by 2. Okay, so the formula is, I hope you know, it's n into n plus 1 by 2, right? And you also know the summation of 3 by the same formula, which is 3 into 4 by 2, right? So this is 21, this is 6. But the thing here is, can you write a formula here for doing the sum from 3 to 6? Right. So from 3 to 6, okay, this is something we also do it in prefix sum. It's also really similar. So the summation of 3 to 6 will be nothing. So summation of 3 to 6, it will be nothing, but it will be simply be summation of 6 minus of summation of 3 minus 1, which is summation of 6 minus summation of 2. Why? Because I have to exclude this part. I do not have to exclude 3. If you do summation of 6 minus summation of 3, it will be wrong. It will be summation of 6 minus summation of 3 minus 1, because 3 to 6, 3 is included in your sum. When you are doing from 3 to 6, 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6, then essentially this 3 is included. So your answer will be 7 plus 5 plus 12 plus 6 is 18. So your answer will be 18. From 3 to 6, the summation is 18. How are you getting it? You are getting it by this formula. So summation of 6 is 21 and summation of 2 is 1 plus 2, which is 3. So this is 18. Answer will be 18. So you can always remember the summation of any two numbers here, I mean a range, will be summation of the larger minus summation of smaller minus 1, because this number 3 is included in your sum. 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6. So this is the formula which you can use. Okay. But I guess the main problem what I think a lot of people had is I think 6 out of 7 test cases got passed. And I think the answer to that is really silly, is that the TCS, the way the compiler is, the way this print statement is given, first of all, you shouldn't do this, but okay, TCS does this. So you have to print it in this format. Okay, exactly in this format if it is invalid. But I think a lot of people, what they were doing, they were having some problem in the spaces. Somewhere it had 2 spaces in between, somewhere it had 1 space in between, you know, somewhere it didn't have any space in between in this particular line, right? So that is what you, because of which that I think that was the 7th test case, and because of that you guys, you know, test case is failing. But yeah, this is a very you know, I'm a bit amazed, because you know, in case of invalid you should just print -1, but TCS doesn't want that. They want us to print this string. Okay, and because of this wrong printing of string, some spaces in between, people are getting like 1 test case wrong, 6 out of 7. But okay, so yeah. So the question is really simple. We're just going to follow that. But the problem there is a major issue here, which is you need to take input of 0 to 10,000. So how are you going to take the input? if you have watched my how to take user input video here in this channel, how to take user input in C++, I have discussed something called a string stream. That is the perfect way in which you should take input here. So I hope you know what you mean by string stream. Here in C++ you use cin, right? You do something like this, cin AB. Cin is also a stream. So what you're doing is you have all the numbers coming in a stream and you're reading from that stream. So A and B, you're reading from the cin stream. Similarly, you can create a stream here from where you can start reading these values 0, 3, 2, 6, whatever it is. Okay, so that can be used in C++. Or in Java, what you can do is in Java you can simply separate it out. So for example, here it is 2, 6. You can simply split by a space. You can simply split by a space and you can get access to both of these numbers. Once you get access to both of these numbers, then you can simply store it and perform this operation. Okay, s of n minus s of the smaller number minus 1. Okay, so yeah, the code is this, is extremely simple. You have to take a string stream and I and j has to be taken input. If any of I or j is not there, you know, in your input, which means somebody doesn't want to even input I and j in your input, then you simply print invalid input. This is the problematic line, I guess. Here I and j, probably there is no space mark in between. I mean, you guys can understand when you sat for the exam, and here somewhere it had 2 spaces or 1 space. My point is this spacing should be completely same, because otherwise compiler would assume that this is wrong. Okay, spacings should be same. That is the 7th test case where a lot of the test cases were failing. But I am really surprised that you shouldn't be doing this to candidates. You should simply be asking to print -1, right? But anyways, okay. Or you see, this is less than 0. This is greater than equal to 10,000. Greater than equal to 10,000. So even if it's 10,000, as I discussed, it is wrong. Okay, so this is wrong because this is out of range essentially. Or I is more than j, then of course it is there, because I is the lower or j is the greater. Otherwise you simply do this. S of j is n into n plus 1 by 2, and this is I into I minus 1 by 2. How? Because you are doing s of n minus 1. So n minus 1, you are doing s of n minus 1. So if you put it in this formula, n into n plus 1 by 2. So n would be n minus 1. Okay, so n is n minus 1, n into n plus 1. So it will be n minus 1 multiplied by n minus 2, n into, just a second, n into n plus 1 by 2. So n into n is n minus 1, n plus 1 becomes n minus 1 plus 1. Okay, by 2. What I am doing here is the formula n into n plus 1 by 2, right? Instead of n, you put n minus 1. Then you'll get this. N means n minus 1, n minus 1, n into n minus 1 plus 1. Okay, so n minus 1 into n by 2, right? Okay, just a second. Let me just rub this. Yeah, so this is the formula. Simply put instead of n minus 1. So n minus 1 multiplied by n minus 1 plus 1 by 2. So here from here you will get n into n minus 1 by 2. So this is the formula. N into n minus 1 by 2. Okay, so I is the lower line, I into I minus 1 by 2. This is the exact same thing what we do in Java as well. Exactly the same thing. You just read it. Okay, in Java you split it by space. Okay, and once split it, you can simply get it in your array, all the digits, and once you get that, I mean all the days are numbers, and once you get that, you simply do the same thing. You just call the function here. Okay, you can run this. Suppose you want from 3 to 6, that would be 18 as we had seen just now. Okay, or if you want like 1 to 10,000, this would be invalid input. Okay, again this line has to be printed exactly as it is. Okay, this question was also exactly similar. I mean, this maths had to be like, this math should be really, I mean, if you guys are giving aptitude exam, this should come right out of your mouth. This is as simple as it gets, right? Okay, so I'll go over to one more question now. Right, so if you have solved lead code, then this is a very famous problem. It's known as single number, or finding the unique element in your array or vector. Right, so I can straight away show you guys that. So this is the solution as well, which will come down in a second. But the question is exactly simple, very simple, that you're given an array, and every number here is repeated twice, except one number which is repeated once. You have to find out that number which is present only once in the array. Okay, you have to find out that number which is present only once in the array. All other numbers are present twice. Okay, so if we look at this, I mean all other numbers, if they are present in the array at all, they are present twice. Okay, else a single number is present only once. Okay, so if we look at this here, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2. So 1 is present twice, 2 is present twice, but 4 is present once. So answer is 4. Okay, here it is only 1, here it is 2 is present twice, 1 is present once. Answer is 1. Okay, the easier option, the easiest solution to this problem is using the XOR operator. Okay, so the idea here is 4, 1, 2, 1, 2. What I'm going to do is I'm simply going to loop over and I'm simply going to XOR it. So if this is the array here, so what it will essentially be is I'll take a variable like XOR x equal to 0. I'm simply going to do x XOR whatever is the array of I. This is exactly what I'm going to do. So what will happen is it will be it will be 0 XOR 4 XOR 1 XOR 2 XOR 1 XOR 2. Okay, now what are the properties of XOR? 0 XOR with any number should give you 0. I mean 0 XOR with any number should give you the number itself, right? And x XOR x, two numbers having XOR should give you 0. Essentially they should just cancel each other off. So what do I mean is 0 XOR 4 will be 4 only, so 0 will be cancelled off. But if you look at this, 2 and 2 will cancel each other, 1 and 1 will cancel each other, so the answer will be 4, right? Because two similar XORs, they essentially cancel each other, or 0, and 0 XOR a number is the number itself. So all the equal numbers, I mean the numbers which are present twice, one number will cancel the other number. So this one will cancel the other one, 1, 2 will cancel the other 2. And 0, okay, z0 XOR is z0 XOR any number is the number itself. So 0 is also cancelled. The number remaining is your answer, which is 4. This is the easiest solution. This is the solution which I have here. Take a XOR, just loop over, simply do the XOR operator. Whatever is your answer of the XOR operator at the end of the day, whatever remains after you perform this XOR operator, the answer of this is 4, because that is the answer. So whatever is your answer of this, that is your answer, which is 4. Okay, and this will obviously pass. This is the most simple solution if you know about it, because this is a very common problem. However, even if you don't know about it, you can simply use maps, right? You can simply use map to calculate the frequency, right? So the other approach here is use map to calculate the frequency. Okay, if frequency of any number is 1, which I'm sure there is a number in the array whose frequency is 1. If the frequency of any number is 1, simply return that. Okay, so take a loop first, calculate the map, take another loop, and in that loop you just loop over the map and find out which frequency is 1 essentially. So this is also very simple. Take a loop, find out the frequency. We know very well how to calculate the frequency of num plus plus, and then you loop over the map again. And if any frequency p dot second is 1, then you return the p dot first. I hope you know what is p dot first and p dot second. How does map store your answers? So map will store something like this. So in this case, it is like 4, 1, 2, 1, 2. So it will store the frequency of 4 to be 1. Then 1 is present twice, right? And then 2 is also present twice. So this is how it will store in the map. Key value pairs. So the idea is this is the number itself and this is the frequency of the number. So the idea is the first is the number, the next is the frequency. Okay, 4 is present once, 1 is present twice, 2 is present once. This can be accessed by dot first, this can be accessed by dot second, which you see here, dot second, dot first. So if any of the frequency, which is dot second, is 1, then you return me the dot first, which is the number, right? If any of this, this is dot second is 1, you return me the number. Okay, if it is not present, by the way, if it is not present, you return -1. Same thing here is the same thing with Java. Just take a map, do the exact same thing to calculate the frequency. If any of it is 1, then you get the key. If it is not there, then you return -1. Okay, then you return -1. That if no single element is found, which is only once. Okay, so in this quick question, if you have to handle that case where it may not be an element is not present once, then you simply check if the XOR operator is 0. So suppose you had something like this, 2211. In this case, the answer will be minus 1 because no single number exists. So in this case, the XOR would be 0. Okay, so if the XOR is 0, then you simply check if the XOR operator and whatever is your answer, if XOR operator is 0, then you don't have any single number, then you return minus 1, else you return whatever the XOR operator is. Right, so that is it if you want to go by the XOR option. Right, anyways, but this question was also really simple. You don't know the XOR, just do the simple process of using maths, right? All right, so that was it. The questions were pretty simple in my opinion. I will meet you in the next video. Thank you for watching. Right, so today we are going to solve the questions of TCS NQT of 25th March 2025, which is today. Now, so the questions here, like I think a couple of questions were really simple and straight to the point. But one question, like the first question, which you can see right now on the screen, that is a bit implementation based, although it's really easy to do, but it's kind of a large problem with a lot of cases, and you have to break down the problem per case, and then you need to solve it accordingly. If you really break it down into smaller sub problems, then I think that this question is also pretty much simple, right? Right, so we can start off with the first question. You can have a look. Write a program that processes a given string to determine the first non-repeating character if present. What do I mean by that? There are different cases here. Okay, the most repeated character in the string is the one which has the most frequency. Okay, now what are the different cases here? The first case is if multiple characters have the same highest frequency, then print the first non-repeating character first, then the first repeating character with the highest frequency. Okay, so if the input string is empty, print invalid input. If all the characters are repeating, print none followed by the first repeating character. Okay, so if you look at this example here, you simply have to do nothing. You simply have to do the frequency of all of the characters. So S is the one which is repeated 7 times. So most repeated character is S. And W is perhaps the first character which is appearing once, right? So there are 2 characters which are appearing once, but W comes first in the string. If you go from left to right in the string, W comes much before M. So W is the first non-repeating character. But this case was a very simple case. What about the trickier case? For example, if you look at this, if multiple characters have the same highest frequency, so I'm covering this one. If multiple characters have the same highest frequency, then print the first non-repeating character, then the first repeating character with the highest frequency. So suppose you have got AA, BB, and C. So in this case, you see multiple characters have the highest frequency. This has a frequency of 2, this has a frequency of 2, and 2 is the highest frequency. This is the first non-repeating character. So in this case, it has asked you to first print the non-repeating character. The first non-repeating character in this string is, even I can extend the string by either way, yeah. Suppose this is the string. So here you need to print what? The first non-repeating character. The first non-repeating character is C. Okay, so the answer over here would be first non-repeating character is C. After that, what do we need to print? Then print the first repeating character with the highest frequency. So there are 2 characters here with the highest frequency, A and B. Which is the first one? A. So answer will be CA. Right. Answer will be something like this, C space A. Okay. C would be the non-repeating character. A would be the first repeating character with the highest frequency. If you look at this case, there are 2 characters with the highest frequency, A and B. Highest frequency is 2. And there are 2 characters, A and B. In this case, print the character which comes first. Okay, which is A in this case. Okay, and then the first non-repeating character, C is the first non-repeating character. So that is this case. Other than that, if you look at this, if all the characters are repeating, suppose you take this case, AA, BB, all the characters are repeating, which is no character is present with a frequency of 1. Every character, if it is present, has a frequency of more than 1. In this case, you have to print none, as it is asked, just print none, followed by the first repeating character. What is the first repeating character here? A. A is the first repeating character. So to print A. So these are the different kinds of outputs which you need to give. Okay, apart from this, you have the simple case where the output is this one. Okay, first non-repeating character and the most repeating character. So this is one kind of output. This is another kind of output. This is another kind of output. 3 different kinds of outputs, and we have the 4th kind of output, that is if the string is empty, invalid input. So these are the 4 kinds of cases I guess we need to handle in this problem. So if you break it down into these 4 cases, it becomes really simple. You just handle everything one by one. Okay. Now how do you go about solving this question? So first of all, we need to maintain two things here. First of all, of course, we have to maintain the frequency. So for that, we can take a map, of course, unordered map in C++ or hash map in Java. But apart from that, we also need to, if there are multiple characters with the highest frequency, if there are multiple characters with the, if there are multiple non-repeating characters, anyhow, for any question, you always have to maintain another map for maintaining the first frequency of a character, right? You have to maintain the first frequency of a character. So how do you do it? I have the code. It's really simple if you break it down. First of all, you enter a string. Okay, you can do this as it was asked in the TCS. I mean, the input would be like this only, get line. For if you're using C++, this is how you take a string input in C++, you use get line. Now, first case, if the string is empty, you print invalid input. Other than that, you maintain a frequency and you maintain the first index. So you just loop over the string and you simply do frequency of C++. What is the input of I? Okay, so every character would be, you just maintain the frequency in the frequency map. This is really simple, the way you calculate frequency. Other than that, if the first index is already there, if the first index is not there, so the way I'm doing it is, as soon as you find a character, then you simply update it in the first index map. Okay, so suppose you have something like this, where you have got like A, B, A, right? So here the first index of A is 0, right? The second index is 2. This is 2. This is 0. This is 2. This is 0. So whenever you come to 0, you are automatically updating it in the first index map. So first index of 0, first index of A will be 0. That is updated. So next time when you get A again, it won't be updated because first index of A is already existing. Okay, so this means that if first index of A, like in this case, does not exist, only then you are going to update the first index. Okay, and once it's already there, like if whenever you have encountered in the first time is already updated to 0, you are not updating it again. Why? Because it's already there. Okay, only if it doesn't exist, only then you will update the first index. Okay, now your job is to first the first non-repeating character. Very easy. You already have the frequency. You simply loop over, check if any guy has the frequency of 1. Immediately you know that is the first non-repeating character. As soon as you get 1, you know that is the first non-repeating character. But whenever you get the first non-repeating character, you handle one more case, which is this case. This case, that if all the characters are repeating, then you print none, right? So if you know that you already have a first non-repeating character, then this case will never be true, right? Because you have already found a character which is not repeating. Okay, so this can help really nicely with the if condition check, and whether all the characters are repeating or not. So that if condition of check, you can maintain a flag like this, that it has non-repeating or not. Okay, initially it will be false, but if you have found out a non-repeating character, mark it as true. Now it's really simple. You find out the most repeated character, and if there are multiple characters like this with the most frequency, then you get the earlier one. Okay, with the first index. Okay, so the string, the character of the maximum frequency which comes earlier in the string. So you just calculate the maximum frequency. Okay, nothing, just maintain a max and do kv.second, which would give you the maximum frequency, because frequency is this map is stored in the form of character comma frequency, right? Character comma frequency. So of course kv.second will give you the maximum frequency. After that, what you do is you simply loop over the frequencies, and now here is the case. You have to check if the frequency is equal to maximum frequency, then you get the first index of that, right? So in this case, you see there are A and B both have a frequency of 2. In this case, I will simply get A. So as soon as you get something, you simply take out both of them. Okay. So we are going to get that. After that, we find the first repeating character. So in this case, I am just finding out the most repeated character, which can be multiple, like A and B. But what I need is the first repeating character. In this case, A, B, B, C, the first repeating character is A, not B. So get the first repeating character. So as soon as you see someone which has a frequency of frequency greater than 1, you simply pick it up, right? And it means that it has repeating characters as well. Okay. Yeah, it has repeating characters as well. Now, why are all of these important? Why is this flag important? This is important to say that this has a non-repeating character. This is important to say that This has a repeating character. Now it's very important to print accordingly. If all the characters are repeating, which is this case, that if it has no non-repeating character, right? If this has remained false, which means there are no non-repeating characters, then you know what to print. First you print none, then you print the first repeating character as it has asked you over here. Done. What is the other case? The other case is if you have non-repeating characters. In this case, you print the first non-repeating character and then you print the most repeating character, like in this case here, right? So first the non-repeating character is W, then the most repeated character is S. Okay, these cases are also handled AABB, which we can check here. Okay, so if you run this, so okay, so let's test out all of the cases. The first cases, okay, let's check these. AABB, right? AABB. So this is the case where it has no non-repeating character. It should print none. It prints none and the first repeating character, which is A. So this is all good. Other than that, let's do one more type. Let's say AABBC. Here you get the first non-repeating character, which is C, and then the most repeating character, which is A. Okay. Again, you don't have to print it like this. Print it in the form of where it was asked in the TCS compiler. Okay, but yeah, you get the logic behind the question. Right. Same thing I've also done it in Java. If you just check, it's exactly the same. If it's in all the same cases, if it's empty, take the couple of maps for the frequency and first index, then you get the first non-repeating character, you maintain the flag. Here you get the most frequent character. Here you get the first repeating character, and then depending on the case, exactly the same code. If it is non-repeating, you print none and the other, and if it is repeating, if it has no non-repeating, you print none and the first repeating. If it has non-repeating, then you print the first non-repeating and the most repeating. Exactly what is asked. Okay, exact if-else statements here, exact cases here. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Exactly the same code, Java and C++, right? You guys can check it out. Now, yeah, coming down to the second question. This one was a more simple one, by the way. This one was a much more simple one, very easy one, I would say. Okay, write a program that continuously takes user input for the following details. Okay, so you have income, which is the amount earned, then type of material, which is the category of expenditure. Expenditure on that material, the input process continues until the user enters done. So what you will do is, you have to maintain, this is a continuous kind of a loop of a program where before entering the type of material, it will ask you that, do you want to type done? If it is done, then the program will exit. However, if you want to continue, then you can put on some materials and the expenditure on that material. Like in this case, you see, income is 5,000, you put it. Now, type of material is food, 100, mobile, 200, electricity, 500. Then if the user enters done, so you have to give a list. I mean, you have to create a report exactly that what was the income, what was the total expenditure, where were the expenditure. So this is what you have to print. Total income is this, expenditure was 800 because you spent 100 here, 200 here, 100 plus 200, 300 plus 500 is 800. So you get the total expenditure. Total savings is the remaining. So 5,000 minus 800 is 4200. This is not enough. You have to give the comprehensive expenditure as well. As food cost, food had cost 100. There we go. Mobile had cost 200. And electricity has cost 500. So this is how the expected output has to be. Okay. This was a really interesting question. I would say a simpler question than the last one. Okay. Right, so let's actually try to look at the code here. So it's very simple. You just enter the income. This you can ignore. You can work without it. But you have to take two vectors or two array list or list, where I think in Java and whatever programming language you're working with. Then this is an infinite loop. While true means this is kind of an infinite loop where you will exit from the infinite loop only if the user enters done. Right. Now you just have to print enter the type of material or done to finish. Okay. If the guy enters the type of material, I mean whatever it is, if it is done, then you break. Okay. If it is done, then the program will end. The loop will end, the program will end. Otherwise, if he or she has entered something else, which is he has actually entered a material, okay, like some foods or goods, then you also have to ask the expenditure of that. Okay. And once you get that, you store both of them. And once it is stored, now the thing becomes very easy. Once the material and expenses vectors and array lists, they are all stored. Now it's really easy. You just have to calculate it. Just loop over the expenses. You get the total expenditure. You get the total savings, which is income minus expenditure. You get the income, you get the expenditure, you get the savings. This was a really easy problem, right? Just that you have to maintain a infinite loop with the proper break conditions. If you run this is a kind of a small game, which we used to play when we were small kids. But anyways, enter total income. Suppose your total income is 2000 or something. Okay. Now look, enter the type of material or done to finish. So if I put on a material, right, I want to let's say write shirts, right, an expenditure for shirts. Okay, enter the expenditure for shirts. We will write here, let's say 500. Okay, any other material, let's say I had also bought blazer, right, and blazer, let's say blazers cost you like 1200 or something. Okay, and yeah, I'm very, very happy. So now I will put done and I'll put enter. As soon as I print enter, it should give me the report. So I'll just print enter, and look, if I just extend this, yeah, so you get a summary like this. Total income was 2000. We spent 500 and 1200, which is 1700 on the expenditure. Savings would be the 2000 minus 1700, 300, and expenditures will be the exact thing which I pay, which I actually typed here, right? Shirts 500, blazer 1200. So this is how the summary is going to be. Essentially, this was an easy problem. Okay, this is in C++. You want it in Java, so this is what it is. It is in Java. Exact same thing. You just maintain, enter the total income, maintain two lists, material and expenses. You calculate and you add everything into your array list of materials and expenses. Once it is done, you just calculate it, calculate the total expenditure, savings, and you generate the report. Exactly the same code essentially in both Java and C++. Okay, great. Now comes the third question here. Okay, I'll just put it down, and right, so now comes the third question here, which is you find the number of pairs. Okay, you find the number of pairs I and j. The important thing is I and j can overlap such that error I error j converted to string added in string addition. Then if the resulting number lies in between x and y, it's a valid pair. Okay, what do I mean by this? Very, very simple. So suppose in this case, what the question has asked you, you form some pairs. Okay, suppose you form like, you take 2 and 5, you get 25. You take like 2 and 7, you get 27. 2 and 6, you get 26. Okay, so all of these are not additions. All of these are kind of string additions which you concatenate basically. If you take 2 and 3, you get 23. Okay, now the interesting thing is that I and j can overlap. So that means essentially you can pick up the same element any number of times. I can print 2 also here. I have picked this number twice because it is said I and j can overlap. So I can essentially pick the same number any number of times. So now, yeah, so you have to form these kind of numbers. Okay, string concatenation, which is 2 and 5. If you pick up, it will be 25, not 2 plus 5, right? So yeah, then you need to convert this to int. So you get more here, by the way. You can get like 32, you can get like 33, get like 35, you get like 36, you get like 37. Yeah, so these are some of the numbers. There are many more. Now apart from that, you are given two numbers, x and y. Okay, so in this case you see x is 20, y is 50. You need to tell me out of all of these, right, out of all of these, how many are within this range. So how many are more than 20 and less than equal to 50? It has to be between 20 and 50. How many of this is between 20 and 50? Everything of this is between 20 and 50. So this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Around 10 numbers here I see are between 20 and 50. So what you need to print is find all such pairs or not unique. Okay, so I'm not sure what is asked to print, but we can actually print both. Okay, we can print the pairs as well, and you can print the number of pairs as well, whatever you need in the compiler accordingly. Okay, so this is also very, very simple to solve. All you need to do is you first of all you take the number of test cases, then you get the array. Okay, once you get the array, now it's really simple. Now you take both of the ranges, so x and y, in between x and y. Now you need to do yeah, you can simply go over a nested loop here for the arrays to get all the pairs, right? Including I equal to j. As I said, I and j can overlap, so therefore you can pick up the any number of times. And so it will be from I equal to 0 to n, j equal to 0 to n. Very simple. Very simple. Now you simply concatenate them. How do you concatenate? Do array I plus j, but you convert that to string. So that will be concatenated. And now you can convert it to long by after you string it, you can convert it to integer or long. You convert it to long because the range increases. Okay. So sometimes integer can lead to overflow. You can convert that to long as well. Okay. But then whatever it is, you just check if it is between x and y. Then you can do a count plus plus. Count plus plus, you can print the number of pairs which satisfy this condition. Okay. For now, I have also printed the pairs. So, so that you can watch. Okay. So let me run this. So I have one test case 25763. So one test case. Now what do you have to input? One test case and then the number, the size of the array. So 5, then the number of elements, which is 25763. 25763. Then I need to enter x and y, which is 20 and 50. 20 space 50. Okay, I've also printed all the number of pairs here, so it might get confusing, but yeah, these are the number of pairs. You can have a look. 22, 25, 27, 26, 23, 32, 35, 37, 36, 36. So these are 10 pairs. It's printing 10 over here. Okay, if it's getting difficult to understand, difficult to see what it is, you can print here like this. Number of pairs. You can essentially print it like this. But what I would do is, let me do one thing. We actually don't even need this. I would actually just give it some line. System.out.print. Let's just do it. Yeah. Okay, so that it seems easier to you guys, but you get my point, right? Yeah, I'll just run this. Yeah, same test case again. I have a look at this carefully. 1, 5, right? 2, 5, 7, 6, 3. 20 and 50. How many pairs are between? Look. So there are 10 pairs. So there are 10 pairs between 20 and 50. These are the 10 pairs. I've also printed the pairs in case you need them. Okay. As you can see, 22 is there, 33 is there. So the same number is getting picked up twice. As you can pick up the same number any number of times I equal to j. Right. So yeah, so this was a really easy problem again, right? You want to look at the C++ implementation of this. Exactly simple. Number of test cases n. Get the array. Loop over twice. You get the long value, you check if it is in between, count, and you get that. Okay, exactly simple, right? All right, so this was also really simple. So we covered it. My judgment for this round would be questions were easy, right? The questions were easy, but yeah, one of the questions, the first question which we solved today, that needed a bit of breaking down, but again, that problem was also not hard if you break it down into cases. Anyways, thank you for attending. I'll meet you in the